Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'd like to call the joint meeting of the Board of Regents and the Board of Elementary and Secondary Education to order. Members, remember we're being streamed live, so to the best of your ability, make sure you speak into your microphones and you turn them on. Very simple. Hit the button and then do like what she just did with me. Make sure it's in your face, okay? Thank you for that. This is called teamwork. Regents and BESE. Now we'll call roll. Doreen, if you can please call roll for the Board of Regents, followed by Aaron for BESE. Thank you all, ladies.
Thank you. Regent Aubrey. Present. Regent Creed. Regent David. Here. Regent Ewing. Here. Regent Finley. Here. Regent Gill. Here. Regent Levy. Here. Regent May. Regent Meir.
Present.
Regent Pryor. Here. Regent Seal. Regent Solomon.
Here.
Regent Sterling. Here. Regent Temple.
Here.
Regent Weil.
Here.
Regent Williams Brown. Here. You have a quorum of the regents.
Dr. Bofi.
Here.
Mr. Castile.
Here.
Dr. Davis. Ms. Ellis. Mr. Garvey. Ms. Holloway. Mr. Mallorin.
Here.
Mr. Morris.
Here.
Ms. Orange Jones. Mr. Rock.
Here.
Ms. Vaucher. We have a quorum.
Great, great. So next item on the agenda is public comments. All public comments must include an agenda item number, a name, and a brief summary. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per comment. Doreen, obviously not because you've walked off, so we'll keep on rolling. Any public comments? All right, so we'll move on to the next agenda item. Members, you have all received a copy of the June 14th, 2023 minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of the June joint meeting? So moved.
Okay, we will make that change.
All right, definitely. Definitely. So we had motion and a second.
As amended.
Right, as amended. So all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion passes. And at this time, we'll welcome the Department of Treasury to present the annual Kevin Riley Senior Louisiana Education Quality Trust Fund report. This is an annual report that is presented to both boards every December. So we have our Treasurer John Schroeder and Chief Investment Officer John Broussard. Treasurer Schroeder, I understand that this is your last meeting, sir, with us. And we'd like to thank you on behalf of both boards for everything that you've done and all the work that you have done during your term. You and your staff have always shared information with us and made this a great working relationship. So obviously from both boards, from me personally also, thank you. We really appreciate how engaged you've been with us.
You're welcome, and I'm not quite sure what the definition of us is yet. Who knows? I may be sitting here again, and who knows? You know, God's got a plan for everybody, but I would say I've spent 17 years, my last 17 years in some capacity. And as I look around this room, there's a lot of faces that I know, that I've seen for a long time, and surprised that some are still here, that you didn't beat me out the door. But my wife is here. My wife's a retired educator, 28 years. I'd like to just recognize her real quick, Ellie, educator. But combined, we have about 55 years of service to the state of Louisiana. So it's been an honor to serve, and as I said, I'm anxious to see what's next in our path. But look, it's always, I've been treasurer for 6 years, and I always look forward to coming and seeing. You know, I say all the time that if Louisiana gets off the mat, it's going to be through our education systems in this state. And I've poured a lot of time and effort, especially as a legislator, in the education realm. So it's nice to be here.
Okay, I guess we'll get started. I'm John Broussard. I'm the Chief Investment Officer and Assistant State Treasurer for the Department of Treasury. And it's a pleasure to be here again to present the results from fiscal year 2022-2023 for the what we call the LEQTF. It's referred to as the AG fund, the support fund, but to us it's just LEQTF. So the math of this is pretty straightforward. The fund was established in 1986. In 1987, there were the first deposit. Since then, it has provided $1.9 billion to educational from K through 12 through graduate schools, for the state of Louisiana. Like I said, we call it LEQTF. BESE calls it the AG, and the Board of Regents calls it the support fund. So, the settlement with the federal government over royalties in the Gulf of Mexico was settled in 1984. In 1987, we had the first deposit into the trust fund. It's $540 million. It has grown to $1.569 billion as of June 30th, and it has dispersed $1.9 billion to BESE and Regents. The permanent fund, which is the portfolio that we manage, receives 25% of the investment income from, say, interest and dividends, and receives 75% of capital gains, and then receives 25% of the earnings from the royalties, and BESE and Regents get 75% of the royalties, 75% of the income, and 25% of the capital gains. Now, what does that turn out to be in performance? Okay, so if you look at it, at the landscape, Treasury bills yielded 3.7% on June 30th. The 2-year Treasury 1-year return was a negative 0.6. Government corporate index was a minus 0.1. The Treasury fixed income yielded plus 0.53. The S&P index yielded 19.59, whereas the Vanguard funds that our LEQTF is invested in yielded 16.57. Our equity dividend fund, which is made up of stocks that have high yield dividends, yielded 10.35. So the overall return of the LEQTF was 4.86%. So, what was the income? So for fiscal year 22-23, investment income, now this is overall income, this is not necessarily what went into the support fund. Investment income was $36.02 million. Capital gains was $2.54 million. And royalties were $4.47 million. Now, what ended up going into the support fund was $31.17 million, and what went into the permanent trust fund was $11.86 million. The $31 million that went into the support fund that is split by BESE and Regents was not a great year by anybody's measure. Kind of on par what it's been in recent years, but we have yet to get back to where we were, say, in the 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015 years. And by and large, that's going to be hard to get back to unless royalty income in the Outer Continental Shelf increases dramatically. So overall, if you look at it, 540 was deposited into the trust fund in 84. It has received $890 million over the years. BESE and Regents has received $1.91 billion over the years. So combined, that's $2.8 billion has been received to the trust fund over the years. If you look at what's the benefit of LEQTF to Louisiana, original investment of $540 million, market value on June 30th was $1.569 billion, total paid to BESE and Regents was $1.907 billion. The total benefit from the original investment was $2.936 billion. So, portfolio allocation. By far, the largest allocation currently is to U.S. Treasury and agency securities at 36%. You know, the next largest is equities, the Vanguard index funds and the equity dividend funds is 34%. Corporate bonds is 25%. You have short-term funds of about 3%, and then you have other securities that are less than 1%. The equity allocation, there is 21.5% in index funds, 10% in the equity dividend portfolio, and the 68% that is in the fixed income securities. So, LEQTF performance versus benchmarks. So, the Vanguard Total International Index yielded 12.52%, and the MSCI ACWI ex-US was 14.25%. The Vanguard Total US was 17.62%. The Wilshire 5000 Total US Index was 9.25%. Dividend stocks, our dividend portfolio yielded 10.35% versus the Dow Jones US dividend of minus 0.94%. And our fixed income yielded 0.53, whereas the Barclays Government Credit Index yielded minus 0.6%. And here's where I talk about the royalty payments and why it's going to be difficult to get back to the prior years. If you look at this is the royalty that has been collected by LEQTF since inception, okay? The red line is the 5-year moving average. And pretty much since 08, 09, it has been a downhill slide. Now, the good news is in 21 and 22 and 22, 23, it has picked up, but that has not yet even got us back to where we were in 18, 19 or 15, 16. So in order to get back to where the funding was historically, we are going to need royalties to pick up. And without that, it's going to be very difficult. And you know, it's just, and then once the portfolio gets to $2 billion, you know, the royalties revert to the state. So that makes, you know, that's going to and we're at 1.6 basically right now. So it's not going to be too long before that occurs. And that's it for me. Okay. I will take anybody's questions on anything. I may not have the technical answer because I am not an accountant, okay? I'm just an investment guy. So I can dazzle y'all with all kind of investment lingo that will confuse you, but I cannot answer an accounting question.
So thank you for that. I always look forward to your presentation as we spoke earlier, but obviously fixed income represents 66% of the, and I understand obviously why something like that would need to be in fixed income, but 0.53, you know, and of course everybody could say this when you have a year where the growth portfolio part of the deal does as well as it does, but is there any way, to get a better return on the fixed income since it represents such a large portion?
Well, the good news is okay, we just came out of a decade where interest rates were near zero. Anybody that has money in a bank understands that interest rates were historically low for for an extraordinarily long period of time. So that's over. Interest rates have come up. Unfortunately for the portfolio, does not invest just in money markets. It's invested, in treasury bonds and agency bonds and corporate bonds. So it takes several years for the portfolio to for those to mature and for us to reinvest it at the higher rates. We're in the middle of that right now. You know, the rates on the portfolio, the coupons that we're going to collect in interest are increasing. So that is going to improve, but it's still going to take a couple of more years for that to happen. Meanwhile, despite the fact that we had a huge sell-off in the middle of the year for the equity markets have rebounded. So we are probably going to realize more capital gains this fiscal year than we did in the previous fiscal year. We're already at well north of 34%. There's a cap at 35%. After that, every quarter we have to take out the gains that we have, unrealized gains that we have. So, you know, to some extent, I anticipate a better year for 2023, 2024 than 2022, 2023, mainly because the markets are doing better. Interest rates are up, markets up. You know, we'll earn more in interest, we'll probably harvest more in capital gains. You know,
Right.
almost can guarantee that we'll be harvesting gains after this quarter. It's the law. We're capped at 35. Once you get to 35, within the next quarter, you have to harvest the gains and reinvest in something else. And so, you know, every time we harvest gains, the support fund benefits.
Gotcha. Thanks, appreciate that. Anybody else questions? Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Morris.
Yeah, my first question was, my first thought was with regard to whether or not you guys provide some sort of forecast for budgeting purposes going forward. And then I heard your comment about the royalties revert to the state, and when that occurs, something's going to happen, but I didn't really appreciate what's going to happen, what the impact that would be to some sort of forecast. Could you speak to the potential for offering a forecast and also to what that occurs means?
We offer forecasts to BESE and Regents at least once a year, often twice a year. Certainly during their budget process, which we all just went through in, you know, September, October, November, preparing our budget for presentation for the fiscal year 24-25. We provide them each a letter with our forecast of what we're going to earn. I do think that at the time that we prepared that, we were less optimistic than we are today because of the equity markets are doing much better. So that naturally kind of makes us a little bit, you know, happier and I guess optimistic for the future. So I think probably our forecast is going to be, it's conservative by nature. But I fear that this time it's probably overly conservative, and so it probably could be updated. But we do that every year, at least once a year, often twice a year.
Could you don't mind? Could you speak to the help me understand the comment you made about when the royalties revert to the state? What does that mean?
Okay, so the law, the litigation with the federal government, you know, was settled in '84. The law was passed in 1986 that set up the trust funds under the Constitution and in statute, and it has a provision that, you know, for the royalty income and how that gets, you know, divided between the permanent trust fund and the support fund for BESE and Regents. And it also has a provision for reversion back to the state once the trust fund reaches $2 billion. That's the permanent trust fund, not the support fund. Okay, once the permanent trust fund reaches $2 billion. It's at about 1.56 right now, billion. So probably at least a decade away.
Thank you.
Tell me more about this. I'm going to still be here in a decade working in education in Louisiana. Does the support fund go away for Regents and BESE?
No, the support fund never goes away. It's in the Constitution. It's a permanent trust fund of the state. That never goes away. What goes into the support fund, the royalty portion of it, will go away eventually at some point, unless I mean, you know, it could be 10 years, could be 20 years. If I could tell the future, I would be Warren Buffett, okay? I am not.
But does that mean the royalties will not be added back to the fund in future years? So we'll get to a cap, and then we'll be able to support education off of the interest from that particular pot of money in future years. Is that what you're saying?
That is what I'm saying. And look, we have nothing to do with this. This was a law that was passed in 1986. That was before I was at the state. It was before John was out of state. It was back when Ellie was probably a brand new teacher. So, if you want to change the law, you're going to have to address it through the legislature. The other thing that could be done, a simple thing that could be done to make this actually more beneficial, would be to take out the language about the market value cap of the trust fund and simply put it instead of market value, make it a cost value. You know, you can't invest more than 35% into equities, but you could let it run, let the unrealized gains and losses run, and that would, that would give you a greater chance for capital gains. It just depends on when you get the permanent part of the trust gets to $2 billion. And given the way it's been growing, it's easy to see that it's at least a decade away. It's not, right around the corner.
So, but there's not going to be a change relative to what we're doing now. We'll continue to have interest to support the Board of Regents and to support K-12 education. What I hear you saying is that it won't continue to grow after it gets to the $2 billion. Is that right?
No, it will.
Okay.
It will continue to grow through income and the growth of the balance in the permanent trust fund. So the permanent trust fund is still going to get 75% of capital gains, and the support fund for BESE and Regents will still get 25%. The permanent trust fund will still get 25% of the interest income, and the support fund for BESE and Regents will still get 75% of the interest income. That will never go away. It's in the Constitution. They would have to change the Constitution to change that.
So what will change?
There is in the language a cap on how much in the royalty income, okay, which is dwindling in and of itself. It's getting less and less over the years as less development of the outer continental shelf happens and less production in the outer continental shelf happens. I mean, if you look at a map of where the development for oil and gas revenue is these days in the Gulf of Mexico, it's all in deep water and ultra deep water. They're not developing the new development in the outer continental shelf is minimal, and that's the problem. That production is decreasing, and deep water and ultra deep water is where new exploration is happening, and that royalty income is not shared with the state.
And look, we don't control that at all as a state. It's a royalty that comes from the federal government. I've often said about these trust funds, we've become dependent on it, but these were lagniappe dollars that came in somebody's wisdom some years ago, took the initial payment and invested it. We've done that. We managed probably almost $16 billion, or was $16 billion.
It was.
It's probably closer to 11 or 12 now.
No, it's about 15.
15. It keeps going backwards, not just in this fund. My point is, the state of Louisiana does not dictate the royalty. It is what it is, and you can see the chart up behind me. What will always be is the fund will exist because you can't. The law doesn't allow you to spend it. You can only spend the income that you derive on an annual basis, which is good because it allows the state to make money through another means of raising taxes on the citizens of Louisiana. Unfortunately, it's not what it was. Probably won't be back to what it was in some time. Probably won't be 10 years, probably be longer. The good thing is you have a pot of money that's I always call lanyard dollars. You know, so spend it wisely, plan wisely, and don't get dependent on it. This should be treated as lanyard dollars. Now, we did make a run, and John could talk about this, Mr. Broussard, and most of y'all were here. We made a run to change the law. And it's very complicated for the public to understand these constitution amendments. I supported it. But, you know, you can't spend any money on advertising. So when people go to the ballot and read the amendment, it failed miserably, and it needed to pass. So, I mean, that's probably the only thing that I see walking out the door that you could do to change what the outcome would be. But that takes a Herculean effort, because like I said, you can sit here and listen to Mr. Broussard, which I often do, and walk out scratching your head. What I try to do is just bring it right back down to the basics. But this is very basic. The royalty goes away at some point, but at the pace we're on, it's at least 10 years before you hit that. But you'll always have this income because the law will not allow the principal to be spent.
Thank you both.
Appreciate both of you gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
All right, so the next presentation is for informational purposes only, at the request of BESE member Preston Castile. I had the privilege of spending some time with the folks that he will be introducing, and it was a phenomenal evening a couple nights ago. So I'd like to call Mr. Castile to introduce this morning's speakers.
Thank you, Chair Temple. Good morning to everyone. This is a great opportunity, frankly, to have a chance to introduce these two wonderful people that I've grown to, frankly, know and love over the last several years. Like most of you, I grew up here in Louisiana and thought I knew something about Louisiana history. Like some of you, I grew up, Mr. Rock, Catholic. And thought I knew something about Catholicism. Like many of you, I've traveled the state and as a tourist and traveled plantations and got to learn a little bit more about our history. But I didn't realize how much I really did not know about our Louisiana history and, frankly, about Catholicism and the relationship between the church, the Catholic Church, and slaveholding in this country. Many of you may have read the New York Times article some times ago written by Rachel Swarns when she announced this piece of history that in 1838 272 enslaved persons were sold by the Catholic Church, more specifically the Jesuit order, in part to save Georgetown University. And all of you know Georgetown University, which is an incredible place. But what I didn't know and have come to know is that those 272 or so enslaved persons were sold from the Maryland region down the river, frankly, the same river that passes along this building here, to places here in Louisiana, Maringouin, Louisiana, Iberville parishes, and for quite some time, most people believe that those enslaved persons who were sold all passed away. They all died. No one knew whatever happened to them. But it turns out that they didn't, and that they literally have thousands of descendants living here in Louisiana and all across this state. When Rachel Swarns broke her story, it got national and international attention. What later got national and international attention is the fact that the Society of Jesus and those very descendants came together in partnership to work together on truth and reconciliation, to share truth about Louisiana history and this country's history. I had the pleasure of seeing Father Tim Kosicki on CNN completely unrelated to this before I'd ever met him. And when I met him, I said, I know that guy. I saw him on CNN. Father Tim Kasicki, at the time that I got to know him, was the president of the Jesuit Conference of the United States and Canada. He is now currently the chairman of the board of the Descendants Truth and Reconciliation Trust. Father Tim Kasicki will tell you a little bit more about him and himself and his story. I've also gotten to know Monique Trusclair Maddox. So when I share with you that those enslaved persons literally were shipped from one part of the country down this Mississippi River here in Louisiana to sugarcane plantation owners, what I didn't really understand is that Monique Maddox, and in fact her cousin, Cheryl Hall, who's in the audience, happens to be one of those very descendants. It was her family that was shipped down to sugarcane plantations in this country. I will turn it over to them to say a little bit more. I placed in front of you a copy of Rachel Swarn's book that she recently wrote. It's a gift to all of you to hopefully read, to understand a little bit more about Louisiana history and this wonderful partnership. Monique is the chair and CEO of the Descendants Truth and Reconciliation Foundation. At this point, I'll turn it over to Father Tim Kasicki to provide comments and his presentation, and Monique Trusclair Maddox will follow thereafter. Father Tim.
Thank you very much for having us here today. Often when we're asked how long we've known someone, we give a number of years, and I can say that we've known each other for 5 years, but our history goes back 400 years. And it goes back to the year 1634, and that is when Jesuits first settled in the United States. Lord Calvert was an English Catholic, and a benevolent king, a benevolent to Catholic king, allowed him to help form a colony in the New World, as it was called. And Lord Calvert named that colony for the king's wife, Henrietta Marie, which we now know to be called the state of Maryland. Jesuits were invited to come, and when they first came, they thought they were going to bring the gospel to native people. But they soon recognized that there were a number of Catholic settlers, and they began to minister to them. Those Jesuits came with indentured servants so that they could be part of the agrarian society. But it wasn't long before those Jesuits took on enslaved labor. The Jesuits don't own individual property, it's held in common. So as the Jesuit order grew in the colony of Maryland and other parts of the colonies, so did their enslaved labor, such that by the 19th century, Jesuits owned, sold, leased, or borrowed almost 1,000 human lives. As was said in the introduction in 1838, the tobacco plantations in Maryland were no longer considered profitable. Georgetown University, a fledgling institution, had taken on some financial debt. And a very painful decision was made to sell 272 souls, the title of the book in front of you, for the benefit of the Jesuit order and for the benefit of Georgetown University. It's a very tragic history which you can read. I don't have time to share all today. But if there were two threads of grace woven through this history, it's first of all that someone documented the names of everyone sold, first name and surname, so that later archivists could begin to make these connections. And secondly, it's hard to fathom, but the Jesuits baptized and then sold human life. But those baptized souls continued their Catholic faith here in Louisiana, where they were sold. They were sold to the 5th governor of Louisiana, a man by the name of Henry Johnson, and also there was another buyer, Jesse Bately. And we have evidence that we knew that this was morally wrong, because those lives had no human rights, but they counted as property, and permission was required from Rome to sell 272 souls. And the first letter that came back from the head Jesuit in Rome said, "Might it not be better to suffer financial ruin than to lose our souls?" Which is evidence that this isn't us reading moral rectitude into the past. We knew then it was wrong. And yet those Jesuits persisted, And the Superior General put conditions on the sale: keep the families together, educate the young, care for the elderly as justice and charity demand, and don't spend the proceeds of the sale. Allow them to fructify. As if the sale wasn't tragic enough, Governor Johnson and the other buyers were not in strong financial position, and a bank held the enslaved as collateral. The families were divided up, and none of the conditions were met. Now fast forward to 2016, when those connections were made, and now we knew our living descendants. I had studied this history, believe it or not, at Xavier University in Louisiana. They had an Institute for Black Catholic Studies, and a renowned Benedictine historian, Father Cyprian Davis, taught me this. And while as painful as it was, I put that book back on the shelf. It was in 2016 that it ceased to be in a book, but a living history. We began a dialogue process over 3 years, which yielded some great fruit. We met face to face with descendants, told raw stories of shame and fear and pain. And I learned 3 valuable lessons in the dialogue. The descendants said, first of all, when you began studying this, you didn't include us. Nothing about us without us. Nothing about us without us. The second was this. They said, you Jesuits committed the sin. You can't set the terms of your penance. And when we go to confession, we don't tell the priest, this is my penance. The priest tells us the penance. You can't set the terms of your penance. But we want to work with you and lead you to healing. The third thing I learned was they said, you owned and sold our ancestors once. We don't want to do it again. We're not interested in our own personal benefit, but we want you to invest in their future. The Descendants Truth and Reconciliation Foundation actually grew out of the conditions of the 1838 sale. Allow the funds to fructify. They said, we want $1 billion foundation that could invest in the future of this country. What are the goals of that foundation? Educate the young. We want to invest in scholarships. We're beginning with post-secondary scholarship, but we want to invest in education because education is crucial. We want to invest in programs that care for elderly and infirmed descendants as justice and charity demand. And in terms of keeping the family together, we want to invest in more truth-telling, teaching this history, and facilitating truth and racial healing as we have benefited. This is the basis of our foundation. And before I turn it over, I just want to end with a great quote from the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, who on Easter Sunday in 1968 once said, darkness cannot drive out darkness, only light can. Hatred cannot drive out hatred, only love can. Perhaps the greatest intangible grace I have received from this process is the power of love. And I want to turn it over to Ms. Monique Trusclair-Maddox, a descendant of Isaac Hawkins and Denise Butler.
Thank you all for having us today. As Father Tim has said, I am Monique Trusclair-Maddox. I was born and raised in Louisiana. I grew up in Maringouin, Louisiana. I am a product of Iberville Parish Schools. I finished as a valedictorian of Shady Grove High School. I went on from Shady Grove to get a college education in Texas at Prairie View A&M University, and I studied electrical engineering there. I went on from there and started my own business. I currently own a business, an IT consulting company based in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and I employ people on data services, mining data, data security, and data practices. Today, I am here to share a little bit about what it means to be a living descendant. Our family did not know this history. It was in 2016 where I was leaving Mass on that Palm Sunday when the New York Times article broke. And it just brought chills to me. I spent time with my mother and said, Mom, look at this. Look at these names. All of these names are from the community that we grew up in, that I grew up in. The beauty around this is that our family stayed together in Maringouin, Rosedale, Grove State, Livonia, Fort Osh. We were all in that community. It was really easy for me to expand my family tree from just a couple of hundred people that my parents were able to share with me to thousands through this. I felt like I was given a gift at that moment on that Palm Sunday, because I was able to connect people that I thought were related. My parents always told me, these are your cousins. And I just didn't believe it. I couldn't believe that everyone in the community was related to me. That just did not seem real. But it actually was. And so through that, I went on to learn more about my family, learn more about our history. I became involved in the Descendants Truth and Reconciliation Foundation after being a member of the GU 272 Descendants Association. Our families wanted to reconnect and reunite. And so we created that Descendants Association in order to do that, to bring families together. Earlier this summer, I had the privilege of going back to Southern Maryland, where our families were brought in, and look over the Chesapeake Bay and see exactly the pathways that our families came in and went out. I met hundreds of cousins there that I had never known existed. They told me, you were sold down the river. And I said, we left you here. And so we have reconnected. Our family is really growing once again. Through this foundation, we have created something that has not been done. Our foundation is based here in Louisiana. It's based in Baton Rouge. We are actually looking to give out our first scholarships in January. Starting in January 16 of 2024, our scholarship program opens up, giving out our first $400,000 to descendants. That is a partnership with the Thurgood Marshall College Fund. Thurgood Marshall College Fund will be able to provide these funds and facilitate those funds going out to descendants all over. You don't have to go to Georgetown University. You can go to any post-secondary education institution that you wish, whether that's a 2-year or 4-year institution. We want to uplift our families through this. And that's only one of those pillars, but I focus on that because we are here talking about education. Through this partnership that Father Tim Kasecki has mentioned, I spend every single morning at 8 a.m. speaking with him, strategizing on how we are going to build this foundation to be something that's going to last forever. One of the things that Father Tim did not mention is that this foundation has a $1 billion vision. We started with the Jesuits committing to the first 100 million of that. And they're about halfway there. That's only been 2 years in. You're about halfway there. We are actually going to uplift the lives of our families through this partnership. I will stop there. I can go on and talk about our family and this history and our foundation for hours, but I'll stop there and let you have some questions.
So there's probably a lot of people probably have a lot of questions, but based on having conversation, I would just want to direct. So one of the questions would possibly be, how are you all identifying who would be eligible to take advantage of some of these scholarship opportunities?
Yes, our Descendants Association is facilitating the eligibility and verification of descendants. We have 6 different methods that we're following. One is through genetic genealogy. One is through Georgetown History Records. The Georgetown History Archives have a list of many, many people. And so we've been able to connect through Ancestry all of the people who have been descendants and how we're connected. We're advertising through the Thurgood Marshall College Fund and through our own Rise Strategy partnership out of Chicago. Rise Strategy will be doing social media, they are doing television, they are doing radio promotions, and so we want to get the word out to as many descendants as possible. As I mentioned, we're starting with our first $400,000 out of this, but that is only of a $1 million grant this year that we are giving out.
Would anybody else like to ask a question? Y'all all awestruck? Go ahead, Mrs. Holliday.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to know, what are the schools of choice? What universities do they have a choice to attend if it's a Catholic foundation? Jesuits.
Yeah. You can choose any school. And a recipient of these scholarship funds are eligible to take those dollars to a public, private institution. It is of your will. We did not want to make this a self-serving opportunity for Georgetown University, to be frank. We want descendants to go wherever they can. Georgetown University has afforded descendants legacy status to get into those institutions, but it doesn't come with dollars. And so we are providing some of those dollars. If you want to go to Georgetown University, if you want to go to LSU, if you want to go to Southern, if you want to go to Baton Rouge Community College, those are all available for you. Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, for sharing such a powerful, powerful story with us today. I actually wonder, and I think you started to touch on it, but just to crystallize it for us, what is your wildest aspiration and hope for this? What do you believe this actually unleashes, and what do you believe is ultimately possible?
Yeah. Many people think that a descendant, or black people in general, are looking for a handout. That's not what we are doing. We are looking to change the lives of people, to uplift their aspirations and ability to be self-sustaining. Father Tim mentioned not just the scholarships, but also housing support for the elderly and infirm. That is what we are giving, because that is something that we want to be able to say, we as a people have suffered from racial systemic injustices for many years, many, many years. And so we want our people to be able to lift themselves up, to be able to say, I don't need someone to give me something. These are just little bits of pieces that someone is helping someone else to be able to move one step after another into being able to be self-sufficient.
I would say my hope would be that we're not the only institution, university, or religious order that studies its history, that everyone in this country study their history, because I think that could be transformative as it has changed my life.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are you all, go ahead.
I have one question. This is for you, Father Timothy. Being a graduate of Jesuit High School in New Orleans, what is the order doing to try to educate the priests around the world? I received the Jesuit education. I'm proud of the Jesuit education, but this is sort of a stain on the Jesuits worldwide. And so, why you may understand, how do we get the message out to the other Jesuits around the world?
I would begin by saying we could use your help. I thank you for your question. It is a very helpful question. The slaveholding in the United States was only one part. Jesuit slaveholding in the Caribbean and South America was extensive, and so the entire Jesuit order has to address this history. I suspect this was not taught at Jesuit High in New Orleans, and so one of the head of the Descendants Association says she has a dream that everybody on a Jesuit campus, from the bus driver to the chairman of the board, can teach this history as we have done here today. So that has to happen. And our Jesuit Schools Network is working on that curricular piece. But as you said, it is a stain, it is a sin. In the Christian tradition, we believe that from sin can come grace and reconciliation. And that's why our foundation is called Reconciliation, that institutions like Jesuit High School will address this through the lens of reconciliation.
With a descendant voice included.
I want to thank Mr. Castile for the book. I'm very interested in the story. I want to thank both of you. I think in addition to the story of the history, there's also a story of the current work you're doing, right? And so, Father Tim, I'll tell you, I'm looking for threads of grace all over the place, right? I think connected to this story, it's a beautiful way for you to talk about it. I'm also just fascinated by the progress that you guys have had And so I am interested in whether or not the story of how you all have come together, how you've made what I would say some really important choices around investing in the future, investing in education, this recognition of truth, but then also connecting that to reconciliation. I mean, those are powerful lessons. When you think about it from a faith perspective, I think they're powerful lessons, but I also think from an organization perspective and just being the light. You used a quote, I believe, by Martin Luther King Jr., like being a light. So there's power in the history, but there's also power in what you're doing now. And I'm curious if it's being captured, because I don't want to just tell the story of the history. I want to tell the story of how you guys are coming together and being the light.
As I mentioned, Father Tim and I meet every single day, and we work on this. How do we tell our story? How do we begin to heal our church? Our church is broken. The Synod met, I don't know if many of you are Catholic, but the Global Synod met recently in Rome. And one of the things that was talked about there was there's a mistrust in the church. And the church is in a crisis for mistrust. This is going to help heal that. Imagine knowing this past and putting it back on the shelf once again. It's not going to happen. There are upwards of 15,000 known descendants today, and descendants are being born every single day. I, as a living descendant, and my cousins, we're not going to go away. We are going to be here telling our story and telling our children. My daughter can tell this story. Joe Stewart's granddaughters can tell this story. We are not going away. And so the beauty in our work is that we pray together, we tell our story, and we continue to get it out to as many people as possible. Do you want to add in?
Well, I think we should be upfront in saying that not all descendants agree with the foundation, and you can read that. It's been published in the Wall Street Journal and other journals. Not all Jesuits necessarily agree, especially institutions that were founded after emancipation or in a different part of the country. And so there's a lot of work to be done here. So I think it's important that we tell this story, yes, but that also that we do the work that is required.
So you bring up just another powerful concept of healing, and I am not an expert on the Catholic Church, I'll tell you that, but I do appreciate this concept of bringing healing forward, right? And so I think being leaders in healing, because I hear you say that the Catholic Church is broken. I would argue that there's so many individuals, right, who are walking around and they're broken. And I think being a model of healing is a beautiful and powerful thing that I don't think we can, I think we should elevate to the greatest extent possible. So I appreciate you being here today. I would encourage you to continue to tell that story of healing, because the world can't wait until you finished healing to find out how it can get started on the path to healing.
Thank you for that. We actually are dedicating about 50% of our dollars in grants toward truth, racial healing, and transformation practices nationally, not just in Louisiana. It is something that is needed all over, because as you've stated, we're broken. There are so many ways that we can heal, and we want to be able to be that vehicle for a lot of people.
Looks like I'm sharing. Yes, sir.
Father Tim, I want to ask you, you're currently the past president of the Jesuit Conference.
Yes.
And it sounds like you are personally invested in this. And I wonder what happens when Father Tim's not around. How does the Jesuit Conference at large, or the Catholic Church at large, remain connected to the work? And how do you have the authority or how do you get supported with the authority to ensure that the work that you're doing lasts beyond you?
Yes, so, descendants have met with the Superior General of the Society of Jesus. He was over from Rome in 2020. It wasn't a public meeting because at the time we hadn't announced our foundation. and the descendants have met with the provincial superiors. I'm a past provincial before becoming president of the conference. The current conference president is continuing the work that I had done, but you know, it just requires that daily attention and work. I can say that younger Jesuits are very captivated by this work. I think they see the future and they recognize the need for us to respond. We know that descendants will be with us in perpetuity, that doesn't change. And so I believe that over time, more and more Jesuits will come to believe, as we believe, that this is the best way forward.
Yes, sir.
Father Tim,
Can you pull the mic closer? Thank you.
Father Tim, my vocabulary was enlarged today by hearing the word fructify.
Yes.
Could you help us understand what are all the meanings of that term?
Yeah,
in
fructification.
today's
Yes,
time?
yes. So that would have been a 19th century term. You know, I think the prior presentation on your funds, that's really what that would have related to the prior. Now, I don't think fructification had asset allocation like we do today, but that's basically what it was about. So in those days, fructification generally meant buying land or crops that could yield fruit or something that was sellable. So that's what fructify meant. And I think they said they didn't want the sale to be used to pay off debts or to build buildings that incurred debt, but to, in a sense, endow it. An endowment then was basically land. Land with crops.
Just a quick comment. As a person who's from Maryland and family connection, the transparency and the reconciliation in the work that you're doing, I think is powerful and ultimately transformative, because it's been very difficult for us as a nation and across the world to come to grips with this dark stain, and the eloquence and the deliberateness and the intentionality that you're bringing to this will help to elevate a conversation that we continue to find difficult in our country and find difficulty in the reconciliation with such a dark stain. So I just want to congratulate you, and I guess the bigger question is, what can others do to help? How might we join the journey and help? Because I think the transparency, the reconciliation is needed across our country and across our world.
Yes. You'll see more of us here. Our foundation was operationalized in April of this year. And so that's why we're giving out our first funds starting in January. But you'll see more of us, and we'll be connecting descendants to work on our committees, to be able to give to our trust that Father Tim leads. They're institutions who are giving to this fund. As many people learn their part in this history, you'll find that many of those will actually join in.
No, I think that's good. Thank you.
I have to. One more. You know, needless to say, we are all living and leading in a time in our country and in our society really mired in, you know, these sort of cultural and racial fault lines. And I'm struck by what you shared about how you all are working together, and specifically how you meet every day. Talk every day. That's a lot of talking, right? And I wonder if you might shed some light on, and you touched on this very briefly, Father, you know, the self-reinforcing sort of world we all live in, right? I could imagine that you come into contact with others who say, we have to move forward. Why would we look backwards? Like, this is 2023 in America. Everyone has an opportunity or a shot at life to some degree. Like, there's no benefit to looking backwards. And I imagine you might find individuals who say, why would we work with these people who harmed our family? Like, better to call them out, better to shame them, better to move forward in our own way. And so how are you, in fact, engaging around the hard work of not just changing minds, but changing hearts? And what are you learning that could be instructive for all of us?
Do you want to start?
We often say that we believe we are a micro solution to a macro problem, that what we're doing is very small. I mean, God willing, we'll make the 100 million soon and then the billion, but that's going to make a very small dent. But because it's a moral pathway forward, and moral leadership plays a significant role in this country and in your work, that people will look at this as a moral opportunity, rather than, as you say, running away from shame and fear, as we so often do.
And I would add that I didn't get here easily. You know, it's really difficult to read the prices put on your ancestors' names, to know that those were those names of your family. When I look at that slave manifest that we talked about in 1838, that is, a snippet is in your book there, those are my family members. There were prices put on those names. My mother's, 2 of her great-grandfathers were on that slave ship. One was 3 years old and one was 10. That's really difficult to read and to internalize. It's not easy to just say, oh, let's work together. It took a lot of time. It took a lot of prayer, a lot of in God we trust, a lot of this is who we are as a nation. We're difficult, but the burden is harder to carry. It's heavier to carry because you can't live in hurt and anger for the rest of your life. At some point when you're on your deathbed, and we all face it, you would want to be free and feel free. And so that's how I got here today.
Commissioner?
Just want to say how much we appreciate you all coming and sharing this information. I am overjoyed that this work is happening, that it's Baton Rouge based. I'm probably one of many in this room that read the article and understood the connection to Louisiana. But I think often when we think about history and painful history, we think about it as so far removed from us. So to sit in a room with living descendants and a priest who is trying to ensure that healing and reconciliation and truth occurs, that there's an empowerment and agency in the story, and that education is a critical part of this healing and this empowerment, I think is such a wonderful thing for each of us to have the opportunity to share in with you. And so I just want to say how grateful. I know I will be reading my book over the holidays. And looking forward, as Kieran and Regent Sterling and others have said, to know how we can be a part of this. But thank you not only for sharing it, but reinforcing the important message that education is a path to economic and social and moral opportunity in this country, in this state, because that's work that we are all trying to lift up, and you are a marvelous example of that. And so thank you very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate you all. Everybody has already said I had to hold. I didn't want to jump in, having spent a couple hours with you all the other night. But I just, to the folks around the tables, I think that I don't know about you all, but ultimately, what they have chosen out of all the things that they could have chosen to make the impact, right? For them to have chosen education is hopefully a significant reason why you have chosen to be sitting at this table in the role that you're in, right? The uplift, the opportunity to move forward and help as many people as possible. I just think it speaks volumes to the work that we're on the other side of, and that we hopefully have the mentality of helping people move forward and giving them opportunity. I was speaking to somebody the other day, and I told them this a couple of days ago, and I was letting a group of people know. I was speaking to about 1,000 people, and I said, I am your great-grandchildren if you do what you need to do. Because I was a recipient of a family that was very focused, very understanding of the power of education, and at least know back to the late 1800s, had family members that were going to college, and doing that, and I clearly know that that is the reason that I'm in the position that I'm in, because of their understanding, their focus, and so I just connected so well with them and appreciate you all so much, and spoke to Mr. Castile and just said, I hope that we find a way to make sure that we continue to get updates, and maybe we can just make it a biannual thing where you guys come in and give us an update on what's happening and how we maybe can be of assistance. The Regent and BESE joint meeting may be that opportunity to make sure we stay in touch. So thank you all both. Thank you.
Thank you, Preston.
Now, y'all, that's pretty impressive because we give an ovation, but not like that normally, okay? So, thank you so much, Preston. Next, we'll hear from Deputy Commissioner for Academic Affairs and Innovation, Dr. Tristan Denley, to share an overview of the Master Plan Year 4 update. Yearly, the Board of Regents reports on our progress towards attainment goal and Master Plan priorities, and tied to this work is our dual enrollment. So I would like to call Malin Baker, Assistant Commissioner with the Board of Regents as well. And you all, when I joined the Board of Regents 9 years ago, the dual enrollment was a significant thing in my mind, and I really want to commend us as both boards, because we've gotten to the point where it's, you know, we're leading the nation in something positive, and this being one of them. So, you know, but it's just the beginning. I think that you want to make that point about Kay not being here.
Oh, yes. Before we hear from, I want to give a get well soon to Dr. Brumley, who is under the weather, and thank Ken Bradford, who is his Chief of Staff, for joining us today. Just wanted to acknowledge that.
He feels better soon. Thank you. Yeah, so I did want to give a brief update about our progress towards our goal. There are more details in a handout that you should have among your materials today. So happy to answer any questions today, but certainly wanted to make sure that you have those resources too. So our overall goal, as you know, is driven around reaching the goal of 60% of our adult population aged 25 through 64 having a credential of value past high school by 2030. So that may be a doctoral degree, that may be an industry-based certification, maybe an associate's degree, maybe anything in between. But it is that progress towards, in many ways, making good on the promise of the credentials that people are earning, that is the impetus behind the work that we're doing. Now, I'm sure that as you look at that 60% goal, I'm hoping you're asking, well, where are we? And so this is where we currently are, and each year we will give you an update about the progress that we are making. We are right on the threshold of moving past the 50% mark, which is really a remarkable story, especially given the journey that we have been on. As you can see, this work really began back in 2014. This was work that was part of really national work in many ways to recognize suddenly this attainment goal across the scope of a state. You can see when we began that, the Louisiana had an attainment rate of right around 44.5%. In that intervening time, you can see we have put on those 5 additional percentage points. I do want to make it very clear, to move a statistic across the population of an entire state by 5 percentage points is an enormous undertaking, and it is, I think, with tremendous pride that you should see that progress. As you can see, that progress has been hard won. It has not been just a straight shot, and in many ways, again, you know the recent history of this state and all of the natural and unnatural disasters that have happened in this state that have been shaped through this time. But you can see that we are now well on our trajectory towards our 60% goal. In those intervening, or the remaining 7-8 years or so, you can expect us to be delivering on that goal. That goal is not a goal as much as a destination. It is where it is that we are going to be in 2030. So, first of all, pointing out the fact that that 60% is not just a number. It is really about changing individuals' lives, and it is important that as we move towards that 60% goal, that we sure enough do deliver people with the credentials that the state of Louisiana needs, the credentials that they need to be part of the new economy of the state of Louisiana. And so making that connection between the education that we provide and the everyday employment needs and employer needs is incredibly important. So again, we've been making a number of changes to marry those things together, our work around academic program planning, our work around really looking to the future of making sure that people have the credentials that they need. In our meeting right after this one, we will approve 2 new associate's degrees exactly along those lines to make sure people have the credentials that they need for the modern economy. So, how are we going to deliver on this 60% goal? Very quickly. So the first is that there are 3 overall strategies that we're trying to employ. The first is to increase college going. Increase college going for everyone. It is the case that for the last decade in this state, college going right out of high school has been on a gradual decline. Yes, COVID sure enough poured oil on that fire, but the reality is that it has been slowly burning for a long time. We have to find strategies to turn that around. Similarly, we have to find ways to enable many more adults to return to college. We have over a million people in this state who have a high school credential as their highest award, and there are all kinds of ways in which, by earning short-term credentials, their lives can be radically changed. And so, increasing college going. Recognizing all credentials of value. Now, you heard me say it several times, that yes, of course it's the case that associate's degrees, bachelor's degrees, master's degrees, doctoral degrees, they have tremendous utility in the world that we live in today, but so do many industry-based certifications and short-term training opportunities that can stack towards further credentials across people's lives. And so making sure that we recognize all of those things is really important. Then, of course, if it really is the case that if we're going to get people to go on a journey of higher education, we need to be committed to making sure that they actually earn the credential that we are trying to move them towards, not just simply enroll in it. So improving college success is a very important thing for us. So let me talk really briefly about some of the strategies that we're using to bring these things about. The first is counting all credentials of value. It is now the case that across the state, we are partnering with our public, private, and proprietary partners to make sure that we have a full account of all of the credentials at all levels that people are earning across the state. This year, that allowed us to identify a further 13,000 or so credentials that otherwise we would have been completely unaware of. It's important for us to know that as we plot our progress towards our 60% goal, but it's also important, it's very hard for us to create stackable credentials if we don't even know what those credentials are or how it is that they interact with one another. So those mechanisms around more credentials are important. Similarly, making sure that we're able to award all of the degrees that recognize the work that people have done is really important. And so, again, it is common today for people to go to one institution and then to another and then transfer to another, and along that journey they earn all the credentials that they need to be able to award an associate's degree perhaps at the first place, but none of the schools along that journey have the complete picture to realize, that person now actually has done what they need to be awarded that degree. So we have built the mechanism to allow that first institution to know that they now may be able to award an associate's degree to this person. We think there are several thousand people here in Louisiana right now who they in fact have all of the coursework that they need to receive an associate degree. It's just they don't know that, and neither does the awarding institution. And so we have now set the wheels in motion for those degrees to be awarded. And then the middle is making sure that all of the work that people do along degrees is honored in the sense of transfer, but also honored in the sense of counting towards the degree that they are seeking. And so today at our Board of Regents meeting, we will approve the first 24 universal transfer pathways. Again, this is completely changing in the sense of now students can begin in dual enrollment in high school, they can begin in any community college, they can begin their educational journey in all kinds of different places with the confidence of knowing that no matter where it is that they go, if they take those courses along that transfer pathway, every public four-year institution in the state will not only transfer those courses, but honor them towards the awarding of the degree that they are seeking. And that is just tremendously powerful. And a huge thank you to the literally hundreds of faculty who have been involved in doing that work. None of that would have happened without their incredibly patient and diligent work. Improving student success. There are evidence-based strategies we know to really improve student success for the students that we have and the students that we will have in the future. So again, it's our tremendous pleasure this year to once again coordinate and host the Momentum Summit that will happen on February 7th and 8th, where we will once again bring together representation from all across the state, all of the higher education institutions in the state, this time focused on working with our department chairs, our deans, our student life leaders, our advisors, the critical roles that they play in helping students be more and more and more successful. And so again, a huge thank you to all of the work that's already happened, and we'll hear later from LSU A&M, who will share their momentum moment. And each board meeting from here on out, we will be hearing from those schools about what it is that they are doing. Similarly, huge undertaking this fall. All of our math faculty across the state have been scaling up co-requisite. Those of you who have heard me talk about co-requisite before know how powerful that is. We have this semester completely eliminated standalone developmental education in mathematics. This next fall, we will similarly undertake the removal of standalone developmental education in English. Again, an enormous undertaking, and a huge thank you to the faculty who have been involved in that. And then lastly, increasing college going. MJ Foster this year was the very first year that we've had that MJ Foster Adult Scholarship. I'm happy to tell you that over 1,000 people were served by that scholarship in this last year, and just tremendously powerful in seeing the ways in which that scholarship is changing people's lives. I'm very happy to tell you that there has been an overwhelming interest in that this fall. We've already seen more than double that interest in this fall alone, and so I think there is a very encouraging future for the MJ Foster program. Similarly, telling people and helping them to realize the possibilities that they have just simply based on the work that they've already done in high school, and so helping them to know this score, that score, the other school you already have, enables you to go to this school, that school, or the other school, is incredibly powerful. And so we are trying to find ways in which we can help people to know the possibilities of their future. Part of that, of course, is the partnership that we share between BESE and the Board of Regents in trying to amplify the availability of early college experiences, dual enrollment, AP, IB, CLEP, all of those things. And so I'm going to hand over to Malin, who's going to tell us all about the tremendous progress that we've been making in dual enrollment and the impact that it's having. So thanks, Malin.
Thank you, Dr. Denley. So as Dr. Denley mentioned, increasing college going is one of those key strategies in us getting to the pathway to 2030, and really at the heart of that lives dual enrollment. And so as many of you recall, we published an annual report for dual enrollment, and this will be released in early 2024. But I have a preview of this report. We're really pleased to say that dual enrollment has increased by 13%. So in this year, we had more than 32,000 Louisiana high school students taking dual enrollment at our public post-secondary institutions. And that applause really goes to all of our institutions, our school districts, all of the many individuals that are contributing and supporting the scaling of this work. And I also want to note that we're seeing an increase of 18% of students identifying as African American, Hispanic, or multiracial. And I also want to note that we're seeing some of the factors as it relates to dual enrollment by field. We're seeing continuing around 20% of that is our career and technical courses, and about 80% of that is in our general education fields. We're also noting that the increase that we saw in online dual enrollment in the pandemic has been sustained, and that's continuing. And so we're continuing to move forward as we talk about scaling this work. And one of the things that we do talk about has been the goal that these joint boards established in December of 2019, which I think really remains a valuable collective target for our schools, for our colleges to contribute to. And this goal that you established in 2019 was for early college credit, beginning with the class of 2029, that every one of those students graduate with some high school credit, whether that's academic, career technical, or a credential of value, or both. And so since 2019, we've been tracking the progress towards this goal. And it's exciting to note, looking at the class of 2022, which is our most recent data available, 59% of them graduated with college credit or an industry credential. And so the majority of those individuals are graduating, doing that with dual enrollment. That's the largest program, but also noting that others are doing so through passing an AP exam, CLEP exam, or an industry-based credential. And so the class of 2029 is in their 7th grade year, which really necessitates our continued focus on expanding access to dual enrollment, as well as those courses leading to an industry-based credential. We know that building these programs and these systems takes time and sustained attention, and so it really takes all of the collaboration, us coming back to this target to positively impact our students' educational pathway. And so really, to very briefly talk a little bit about the collaboration that has led to this growth, we focused on some following key initiatives. And this work has really also been led by our legislatively creative dual enrollment task force. And I'll be remiss if I do not accredit Ms. Doris Fauché for her attendance and participation in this task force and great feedback along the way since its creation in 2019, because several of these priorities have really been anchored in the growth of dual enrollment that we're seeing. And one of the first ones was policy updates. As I mentioned to you in June, in January of 2023, the Board of Regents made permanent the interim dual enrollment policy, really looked at the data and the impact of that interim policy and made it permanent, also expanded some additional pathways, but also noting in terms of our admissions policy that the Board of Regents also expanded a revised college admission, allowing for students who complete their core coursework and can pursue college admission at their institution by choice by successfully completing a required number of early college credit as well as that qualifying GPA. So acknowledging that dual enrollment as well as advanced placement, IB, and CLEP is now also a pathway to admissions. And so that policy work really kind of saying dual enrollment is a pathway into your institutions. Another thing that we've continued to do is convene and focus on, continue that focus on rigor. And so in October of this year, we brought together all of our public post-secondary institutions and building off of the workshops that we held last year with the National Alliance for Concurrent Enrollment Partnerships, really continue to facilitate those statewide conversation around quality assurance in dual enrollment and the sharing of best practices. Another that we mentioned in June, we're continuing, one of the threads of feedback that we receive is ensuring there are enough dual enrollment instructors. And so after we released a request for applications for our institutions, 3 of our institutions were awarded funding for the development, and that is still underway in the development phase, and we're looking forward to beginning enrolling hopefully as early as summer of 2024. More information to come as we continue to develop that piece of feedback as we think about scaling of instructors in Louisiana. And last but certainly not least, ladualenrollment.com, as we think about the information sharing, that continues to be a one-stop shop for information related to dual enrollment, courses, frequently asked questions, and we also look forward to adding additional components in the future. But in addition to all of these priorities, one of the key pieces that is at the forefront for the Dual Enrollment Task Force and others has been around the funding of dual enrollment. And so to support this work, the Board of Regents has requested $35 million to support the access of dual enrollment for high school students, as well as propose a uniform pricing structure. And so we look forward to bringing that request and continuing the conversation as we think about scaling dual enrollment. What are the ways we can continue to ensure that there is no impact in terms of financial on our students and families? And so we look forward to continuing this work and blurring those lines between high school, college, and the workforce, really in order to continue to build the educational and economic success for Louisiana's high school students, or all of our students and families. And so with that, Chair Temple, I'll pause there for any question, but that concludes our update.
Thank you. Thank you. So you kind of, we got a couple. Go ahead. Regent Ewing, Senator. No, you got it. I told you I want to be like you when I grow up.
So we're starting to be able to get that picture well. We have partnered with an organization called Lightcast that is able to allow us to be able to see that picture. We also get some data from the Workforce Commission, and then of course there is a brand new data structure being created called LA First that will really paint the definitive picture of that. So all of that is becoming clearer and soon will very much come into focus.
Pretty low unemployment rate. We're certainly glad to have. And I just wondered if all of these, the people that got these new credentials, if they didn't go into that to lower them. I'm always worried that there was probably a percentage of our population that we're never going to take jobs. But I think we're reaching the people that will take jobs. And that's what I gather from our report and the success we're having in the increases to go to 49% as quickly as we have.
That's right. No, that's right. I mean, I think it's a well-known fact, and actually at our last meeting, Dr. Barnes gave a presentation about workforce participation rates here in the state of Louisiana, and I think the bottom line is that it is, I think, much lower than any of us would like it to be. The workforce participation rate that is often stated is, of course, the average across the state, but there's all kinds of evidence to show that people who have higher and higher credentials are much more likely to be part of the workforce. And so part of the strategy of being able to increase that workforce participation rate is exactly linked to our 60% goal. No question. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Sam. Regent Gill.
Just to make a comment, I think it's safe to say I'm the most recent high school graduate in the room. And I would like to point out how good this was for me. I went to a tiny Catholic school in Ville Platte, Louisiana, graduated with 18 hours in histories and humanities. And whenever I was in college, I did a full year of computer engineering, and I realized, wow, this isn't for me. And because of my dual enrollment credits, I was able to switch majors and remain on track. And if I remember correctly, I think I paid total for 18 hours, which is a full semester of credit, about $200. So that is incredible. I know students are incredibly thankful. I did those in 2018, and I know it has only grown. So I'm very, very excited to see where this is going and how this is going to continue to serve our students and promote their academic success, because I believe that it's also a good litmus test too. It's going to help students decipher, do I go 4-year, do I go 2-year technical community colleges? I think it's very good, like you said, blur that line, because getting to them earlier will help them mature a little faster and get them ready for the workforce. So I'm very, very excited for all of the advancement that we have made, and I hope it continues.
Yes, sir. Morris.
Thank you, Chairman. So first of all, thank you so much for updates on this topic. It's a lot of interest throughout the state for, I think, everybody in the state. It's going to be a tremendous benefit for the future of our state as we create those opportunities. So I appreciate the clarity that you guys are providing with your update. So along those lines, I have 3 questions. First one, can you help me understand how you're defining credential?
Yeah, so actually, Board of Regents some years ago gave a definition of a credential of value, and this is really part of the part of a sort of a national picture and a national discussion around that. So that credential of value are industry recognized certifications, credentials, trainings, and then you have to put some sort of value on it, right? Some sort of way to be able to say that it is a credential that has meaning, as opposed to, you know, if you like, just a sort of a participation certificate. And so the threshold that our region set was that as a 20% increase over the market value of a high school diploma. I think the average salary right now for a high school, someone who leaves high school and goes directly into the workforce, is right around of the order of $19,000 or so, about $10 an hour. And so that gives you then that understanding of, we're looking for those credentials that are a step above that. Now, is that a be-all and end-all? No, we're looking to create educational journeys where that initial credential may be the first step. but that's the definition that the Regents put in place some years ago.
Thank you.
Can I just add to that? So, as you all know, there's a lot of conversation about four-year degrees. And what we wanted to make sure, and the Regents asked us to reinforce, was when you think about a talent development imperative, let's recognize that there are people who are thriving in industry-based certifications, receiving two-year degrees, and other certificates and certifications. So while we do have a specific definition, BESE Member Morris, I think it also represents a departure point to say it's not just four-year education that is of value. If the credential has a market value, then we should recognize that and to say to individuals in Louisiana, there's a path for you.
Great. So that's a great segue to my second question. Thank you for that. I'm interested in where the student interest has been, with regard to dual enrollments, particularly with regard to the Jump Start pathway. So do you have any data to help me appreciate that? Where the student interest has been, whether with regard to the TOPS U pathway or the Jump Start pathway, and then how well we've responded to the student interest.
In terms of the specifics for the Jump Start pathway, I would definitely phone a friend, if you will, from the department. But I can say from the data on the career side of dual enrollment, health professions and welding are highest enrollment from the course perspective. And so the specifics of kind of the nuances with that connected to Jump Start, I definitely refer to Jessica.
Thank you for the report.
Regent Aubrey, I think that she's going to give a little more insight, and then you can ask the question.
Okay. Jessica Vallelongo, Louisiana Department of Education. Ronnie, can you restate your question just so I make sure I heard it correctly in the back?
Sure. I'm just trying to get some sense of the student response to the dual enrollment opportunity. So as Commissioner Reed spoke to, there's a lot of value in some of these career pathways that don't necessarily take students directly to traditional university. So I'm interested in the student interest in some of these dual enrollment opportunities, particularly with regard to Jump Start pathways.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have seen the same thing Board of Regents has seen with an increase in interest in student enrollment for dual enrollment, where we really see a kind of emerging increase is around our fast forward programs. So our school systems who are investing in full associate degrees for high school students. So that's where we see in the most recent years the highest levels of increase. For our dual enrollment, which is more along the lines of one-off classes, one or two classes given access to students, where we see that consistently over the years is in our programs that require intense facilities like welding, process technology, even within like the computer science areas. That's where we see a lot of that type of dual enrollment in addition to fast forward.
Great, thank you. Could I just add one more comment real quick, brief? I also appreciated the comments with regard to financing, and I just want to make sure we all understand that. I know there's been a lot of really good conversations between the two different groups with regard to how you work the financing issue. So what I heard you say was that you guys are going to be approaching the legislature with some sort of request for $35 million in funding and some sort of standardized fee slate, if you will. Is that correct? I want to make sure I have the right interpretation.
Yes, that's correct. We last year asked for funding for dual enrollment. It was a request of our task force, and I know Doris will jump in here. What we have found is that, as Sam mentioned, there are students who are benefiting across the state, but their financing is very different. Some students pay a fee, some students pay tuition, some students pay books. So the dual enrollment task force set a goal that students would have access, juniors and seniors would have access to a course or two at no cost to the family. And so we've calculated what it would cost for us to do that and to support additional training and the dual enrollment website. We met with Cade and his staff as well, and so we're making that request to the legislature to support dual enrollment. I believe right now in your SCA dollars through MFP, about $11 million is spent in dual enrollment. It's not required to be spent in dual enrollment, but that's where it's being spent. And so we thought if we could marry up these dollars with the current SCA dollars, we would have a robust fund to ensure that every student across the state would have access to some dual enrollment at no cost to the family. You're welcome.
Ages of I'm sorry, I thought it was on 14 to 18. So we're having 15 and 16-year-olds in this, some of whom may know what they want to do, some of whom really don't know most of whom don't know what they really want to do. So while we're trying to develop a program for all of these kids. When we talk about Ronnie's question with the industry-based certifications and such, there are very few kids that come in the 9th grade and say, I want to be a welder, or I want to be an electrician. Very few, because they don't know what they want. So these transfer pathways that we're talking about and the fast forward gives a much broader access for our kids, because they can take courses that will lead them to that credential, maybe in a welding or in process technology and such, but also toward that associate degree with the gen ed courses that will open up additional opportunities for them should they choose then to go on to the 4-year university rather than a 2-year stop. So we've got to make sure that we're developing those pathways that will allow both, that kids can do a little exploration, but also what they're taking is going to count, that there is going to be some end. The transfer pathways that we're hoping the Board of Regents adopts, ratifies, blesses, approves, whatever, at the next meeting is going to go to a long way toward that. Because we used to call it years ago the old articulation matrix, take this course, have it count, make sure it's going to count at every college and university in the state. But these transfer pathways ensures that what the kids are taking as they carry that forward, that all of that will count if they then choose to do something in addition to a credential or an associate degree and move on with their education. We also have to consider there are many, many of our kids, we have every type of child in society, obviously. Okay, and we have a lot of kids whose social and emotional development, all of them, we have to look towards. Some of them want to be very involved in their high school setting. There are some kids who say, well, I'll do an early college and I'm going to move to the community college campus full-time. Or I'm going to go and leave the high school campus and go over here and take all of these courses. That's fine. We have pathways for that. A vast majority of our kids also want to experience the social life of high school. They want to be involved in the clubs and the activities and the sports, the extracurricula. So we have to be able to make sure that this program, we fashion it for those kids as well. So a lot of getting more teachers certified in that dual enrollment pathway to teach those classes. There are many constraints in many of our high schools across the state with access. They may have to drive an hour to get to a community college campus or some campus where they can take something. So there has to be some outreach that they can still have a full high school experience and participate, whether it's in the gen ed curriculum on this or more of an industry-based credential, more of what we used to call vocational, now we call career and tech ed. So we've got to develop the programs for those kids, which then means that we've got to get more of our own people certified and qualified to take those. That's been a big initiative with the dual enrollment task force. And then there's a group of students at our high school level that I don't want anybody to forget. Our special needs students, our more struggling students. There has to be pathways for them that are meaningful for their life after high school, whether it is in some type of work-based experience, jobs. We're trying right now to develop with our community college counterparts actual programs that we can give credence to, and I'm hoping that future BESE, because this is going to be my last meeting, on BESE, but that future BESE members will look at and value a program for those special needs students that is going to give them and their families some hope for, well, what can I do after I exit that high school? What are the skills that we can develop? So please, when we look at this dual enrollment experience, we've got to make sure that we're not doing it in silos, that we're looking at 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds, and we're developing a program that they're going to feel comfortable with, so they can still be, the football player, or they can still participate in the club activities, they can still be a class officer, they can still work with their group, that they don't have to get on a bus and travel an hour to a distant campus to take one course, travel back an hour, so half or more of their day is gone by the time you coordinate all these schedules. And then lastly, I can talk for an hour, but people who know me know that, but the funding piece to this is critical. Way back, with the TOPS program, and then all the budget cuts of the last few years, what happened was many of the colleges and universities and 2- and 4-year institutions increased fees and such. Didn't increase tuition as much, because the tuition, if you got TOPS, was paid for with state dollars. So then let's go over here and increase every fee you can possibly imagine. So where the fees then become, because that isn't covered by TOPS, so the fees then become almost as much as the tuition, if not more so, to take 3 hours or 6 hours of credits. Or if you're taking a career and tech ed course, you're taking welding, instead, it may cost over $1,000 for a 3-hour welding course by the time you put all of that together. So the funding piece of this is crucial. And I know the constraints with the colleges and universities. Everybody's fighting for dollars, and everybody has to exist from a financial standpoint. But if we're going to increase this, if we don't get the funding, then that equity gap is going to widen instead of closing. I have a school system where over 80% of my students are from economically disadvantaged families. We pay everything for their dual enrollment. I have a grant that's going to run out in 2024, Reimagine grant. We're putting over a 3-year period $1 million into this for the St. Bernard community, which is smaller in relation to some of the larger districts. But we cannot continue to sustain it when we're spending the dollars and paying the full tuition at the community colleges and the 4-year institutions. We're not going to be able to sustain it for children whose families don't have those resources. So I would beg everyone around this table to join, with this $35 million ask, or whatever the ask is, to make sure that we are going to provide at least a minimum number of dual enrollment credit hours for every child in our high school programs who wish to attend. And if we don't do that, we will see that equity gap widen instead of narrowing. Thank you.
Regent Aubrey?
Go ahead. I'll defer to you. I'll close it out, but go ahead.
Well, I'll be brief, and I want to piggyback on some of the things that Superintendent Vaucher just said, in particular around government agencies and kind of silos. in my real job, I'm a public policy researcher, and I think that one of the beautiful things about our two boards are these meetings that we have periodically, and the meetings that Superintendent Brumley and Dr. Kim Hunter-Reeve have together to help move us towards a shared goal. And so if we're not already looking at two other agencies that we could partner with that have particular emphases around youth employability, as well as students with significant barriers to employment, the Workforce Innovation Opportunities Act, those boards have a set emphasis on employability skills among youth and people with significant barriers to employment, as well as vocational rehabilitation services, who has trouble spending their money that they get from the federal government around employment skills for kids with significant cognitive abilities and other delays. So just if we are not already trying to figure out how to partner with those two groups to help us meet our credentialing goal, I would encourage that. And I also want to say congratulations to the Board of Regents around your policies and your work around the policies that are removing artificial barriers that are in front of students to gaining dual enrollment access and other opportunities. Hopefully this afternoon, BESE will be voting to implement a policy that will allow us to do a little bit of work around that. We are going to be implementing, I hope, a policy for high school students that have earned all of their Carnegie credits, and many of whom have industry-based credentials but are being denied their high school diploma because they can't pass one of our standardized tests. And so part of I won't bore you with all the details, and some of it has been controversial, I'll admit, but the thing that we are doing that aligns with the goals of this board is a particular emphasis in an appeals process for these students around deployability, right? And so they have options to choose from, which include industry-based credentials, earning TOPS Tech, which allows them to access our community colleges, as well as earning a silver on the work keys. So all are things that really dovetail nicely with the work that you're doing around removing artificial barriers to dual enrollment and the like. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Absolutely. I think our colleagues on the BESE board have probably addressed all of my ideas, thoughts, suggestions. But the point, Dr. Denley know after our last presentation, I requested some data on the dual enrollment, and we are certainly making progress with the numbers, the number of participation, and some of the institutions. But I think as our colleagues at BESE has identified, there may be some challenges in terms of consistency and funding and some of the applicability of policy or how certain school districts, some pay for it, sometimes the families have to pay for it. With many of the institutions, particularly the four-year with some enrollment challenges and that are projected, how do you allocate faculty and staff who are credentialed and teaching dual enrollment courses that are generally less income for the institution, a couple of $100 versus a full-time equivalent, traditional student, and they're taking the same class and they don't get the same reimbursement. I've spoken to a couple of CFOs, chief financial officers at four-year institutions, and they don't feel like the incentives are quite as there like it would be at a community college. And when you look at it year over year from 22 to 23, based on the preliminary enrollment data Dr. Denley sent me, 7 community colleges, their overall dual enrollment participation went down, from as low as the 7% over at Sewella to 70% at South Louisiana Community College. That's year over year. And so it could be something like the funding may not be there, or there was specialized course or some grant that's not covering that. There were 3 four-year institutions, year-over-year numbers, that have gone down. But the overall numbers are up because you got schools like LSU and others who are really doing a lot in that area. So I hope that we could really standardize the funding piece and really encourage, show a way that the four-year institutions that are already struggling on some financial side, to show them why it's important to participate at the level, because you'll see that more of the dual enrollment is at the community college. And like the superintendent said, there are some school districts that are an hour away, and it's still a challenge for some of those at-risk students, particularly those in the rural areas where I'm from, for sure. So just funding is of interest to me.
Yes, sir.
At the risk of opening a can of worms, I'm just going to say it because I don't have a forum much longer. All right. Part of the issue, we meaning K-12 education, had memos of understanding with many of the colleges and universities, primarily the community colleges. Where we used to do, we'd say, okay, just our kids would be charged, or they would charge us, say, $100 for the course instead of $400 for the tuition. Well, the LCTCS system then decided that recently, that beginning this year, it's going to be full tuition. Now, part of the problem that as told to me by our community college person, so I may not have it totally factual, is, for example, if they charged our child or our student $100, if the tuition, and I'll make these numbers up, say the tuition was $400, and then the fees along with it was another $3, so the total cost for the course maybe would have been $700. We got charged $100. They had to take the other $600 and put it against what they called institutional aid in their budgets. And I don't know if anybody's going to jump back at me, but there was a limit that they could only expend 10% on instructional aid or institutional aid. And if that exceeded that number, then they had problems with their governing boards, which I guess ultimately are you people around here, I guess. And that meant that they could not give as much because they were dinged on their budget presentations. They couldn't, exceed that 10% institutional aid limit. And they had other groups of people that they gave breaks to on these tuitions. It might have been veterans. It may have been certain other classes of individuals that they also gave this to. So that institutional aid piece that limit, that 10%, prohibited them giving more of our kids access. And then the K-12 institutions couldn't afford to come up with the additional. So then we would have to be more judicious in saying, yes, you can take this course, but no, we don't have the money for this one unless your family can come up with it. So I don't know how ingrained this 10% limit is on institutional aid, but I would ask that y'all would look at that from a broader financial structure and see if there's something that can be done that we could partner more effectively on the funding that is not going to hurt your colleges and universities, whether they be community colleges, four-year institutions, and still help us to then increase that participation and giving kids more of an opportunity to take these courses.
You all, I would absolutely love to continue. First of all, thank you for that point. I tell y'all, this is my favorite thing to talk about. So, Dr. Denley, Ms. Baker, thank you all so much for that insight. Thank you for that information, and thank you for the robust conversation. What I'd love to do now is move on to our next agenda item, because I think we got somebody outside waiting, and this person that's coming up next was not with us at our last, when we discussed in June, the draft college and career readiness definition brought forth by College and Career Readiness Commission. The chairman of that commission was not with us, but he is here now, and he is here to seek our approval about that definition. So, Dr. Jim Henderson, As always, it is a pleasure, and we appreciate you being here, and the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, I was not here in June, Cade was. And so no one has ever seen us in the same room.
Right.
So
Okay.
we live 3 houses apart from each other in the neighborhood, but anyway. And Mr. Chairman, and by the way, I have to thank publicly Ronnie Morse for being the champion of this definition for 2 years. And I distinctly remember our first phone conversation 2 years ago. And a lot of that conversation stays with me. But Mr. Chairman, if you'll indulge me for just a second, I do have to go a little bit back into history because I think it's important. And there's one of the great things about attending most of this meeting this morning. I thought about just coming down when it was my time. I'm glad I didn't, because there's a common thread that flows through everything you've been talking about today, beginning with the presentation from the Jesuits. And sometimes we can think about history as being so distant, right? And it becomes abstract and we don't get in touch with it. I will tell you that one of my close friends here in Baton Rouge, who is a change maker in this city that many of you would know, may not know her history, but she just got her master's degree at Georgetown because she was one of the first groups of descendants of the 272 to be identified. And she's someone that I work with and commune with all of the time. And that's how real this is. It's history, but it's also today. You know, we're in the Christmas season. Most of you are going to sing sometime over the next few weeks, "Oh Holy Night," probably my favorite song of all time. Little Catholic trivia for you. That song was banned in the Catholic Church for a long time. I don't know if you know why. It was because the lyricist was an atheist and the scorer was a Jewish. And when they found out that atheist-Jew connection, it couldn't be sung in the Catholic Church. But it was sung in Protestant churches in Louisiana, except for the third verse, because of the line, "Chains shall he break, for the slave is our brother, and in his name all oppression shall cease." Yeah, we couldn't sing that verse in Louisiana. The reason that the 272 were sold to Louisiana and Louisiana purchased those 272 is because we needed labor. We had to have manpower to power our economy. Now, 30 years before they were sold, the Luddites in England were destroying machinery. They were artisans. They were destroying machinery because technology was going to replace their jobs. We didn't have that problem in Louisiana because our economy was based in agriculture and in water. And even in the 20th century, more recently, if you look at our economy, it's been driven by that river to our west and to this refinery to our north, ExxonMobil refinery, as water and petroleum and agriculture continue to drive our economies. But the work that occurs on that river and the work that occurs on that refinery and the work that occurs in all of the industries that have developed in other sectors in Louisiana has fundamentally changed the demand for labor. Now, this is not new. We've always seen advances in technology change the nature of work. And it's always come with a lot of fear and trepidation that we're going to be out of work. In 1932, John Maynard Keynes said that technological unemployment was the biggest threat to the American economy because we're going to be looking for ways to spend our leisure time. There will not be enough employment to employ everybody. But of course, employment in the United States expanded, as it always has with technology. In the 60s, it was Time magazine that predicted by the year 2000, 70% of us will not be at work. And so it's going to be a great advance for the leisure industry as people have no time. And I don't know about you, I spend a little bit more than full time doing my work, right? Every advance in technology that we have seen in our history has resulted in an increase in employment, but the reason is we've always responded by developing our people to take advantage of those opportunities. Now, we've seen some great presentations on credential attainment, and that's absolutely essential. But the credential is a means to an end, and it's a symbol of an end. And that end is that it's representative of the skills, the knowledge, skills, and ability to perform today. What I'm suggesting to you, and I think what undergirds the work of this definition, is that that's insufficient for us. We have to prepare people for the work today, but prepare them to be lifelong learners for the work tomorrow. I remember being heavily involved in the 10-year labor forecast in 2007 that Louisiana produced. It was one of the most advanced occupational forecasts the nation has ever seen. And that work has informed so much of what we have done over the next 10 to 20 years. The problem is, in 2007, when we prepared that forecast, there's an occupation that's missing from it: app developer. You know why I was missing? Because we produced it about 2 months before Apple introduced the iPhone. We could never have built that into a forecast, right? But we could have built the skill sets associated with being an app developer and taking advantage of the entire industry that is developed around iOS and Android operating systems by preparing our young people and our working adults with the knowledge, skills, and ability to allow them to seize the opportunities today and seize the opportunities of tomorrow. That's what the college and career readiness definition does. It creates a context for all of our work. I don't know if you realize the magnitude of the conversations you've had in this room today and what they represent for the future of Louisiana. It's the power of these two bodies being in the same room together, having these conversations about work that's undergoing and work that's yet to come, but it's going to advance our state if we have the context to do it. This college and career readiness definition provides that. It talks about the multiple pathways available to our students. Pathways that include readiness for college in the traditional sense, and readiness for work in what is really a non-traditional sense, because it's not just an entry level to a job, but it's the foundation upon which you can develop your entire career. All of that is captured in there. It has the base core competencies that will ensure you're ready for work today and ready for work in 2030 and you're ready for work in 2040. It will be, I think, an integral part to our policy development, our program development, and program delivery for the coming future. And Mr. Chairman, we would encourage you, I know you've all reviewed it. I want to thank Dr. O'Rourke for introducing this concept to you in June. I want to thank you for entertaining that and the comments you provided. I would be happy, be delighted for you to approve this definition and then to work with us in developing the metrics associated with evaluating its implementation.
So first of all, are there any questions? Yes, sir, Regent Ewing.
Yes, sir. Good to see you too. Oh, yes, sir. Without question. And artificial intelligence, I'm glad you bring that up. Artificial intelligence is one of those technologies that's changing that nature of work with robotics, with automation and artificial intelligence. It's an unprecedented time of change. My favorite philosopher / longshoreman was a guy named Philip Hoffer. And he said, in times of change, learners inherit the earth, want to learn and find themselves beautifully equipped to deal with a world that no longer exists. This definition is about developing learners, and that's going to be the future of Louisiana. Thank you for that question. No, sir, it's not. It's now 6 years away. And here's the key with that, because there is some controversy around that. I agree there's going to be a large number of jobs that are displaced, but there's going to be even a larger share of jobs that are just fundamentally changed. And you think about this, in the 70s, if you grew up in New Orleans and you went to high school and you were getting poor grades, your counselors and your teachers would say, you better buck up or you're going to end up working at Avondale. Now, 30 years later, if you wanted to be a ship fitter at Avondale, you better have a basic understanding of fundamental calculus, because the nature of that work had fundamentally changed. When I went to Bossier Parish Community College, I walked into my office, there was a computer monitor on my desk with a sticky note that said, if the screen is black, wiggle the mouse. If it stays black, call IT at this number, right? My predecessor came from a generation that technology wasn't just entrenched within their work. My assistant came to me with two desk calendars. And she goes, listen, when we set appointments, I'll write it on your calendar and I'll write it on my calendar. And that way, I'll always know where you are and we'll be in sync with each other. And I said, well, listen, I have this wonderful device from AT&T. From AT&T, Mr. Albert.
got it.
Yeah, making sure.
I got it. Just ordered you another one.
That I don't need a desk calendar. It's all here. It's all electronic and it's instant. And so she retired. And it was very good natured. She's a wonderful person. But her job has fundamentally changed. And so you shouldn't be surprised that at that time, 65% of executive assistants in the United States had a high school diploma. And yet 75% of the job openings for an executive assistant require a bachelor's degree. Because my assistant's not upstairs taking the business cards from Complete College America that I got and putting them in a Rolodex. No, she's on the phone making critical decisions that affect a billion-dollar enterprise. So her job hasn't gone away. The nature of her job has fundamentally changed, and it requires a higher cognitive level of thinking and work so she can add value. That's going to be our future.
Thank you for that. So, that being said, can I get a motion? Motion?
Wait, hold on.
Okay, question.
I'd like to see that definition one more time. And I understand paragraph 1. Can you explain the necessity of paragraph 2 and 3 on that definition?
They get exactly to the work we're talking about, that work that produces learners, so that you have the skill sets, but you have this baseline of core competencies that make you adaptable in the future. These core competencies we talked about with many employer groups, and you see that talked about across the employer community. When they look at people, we said we can't get people that are thinking critically. We worked with DXC Technology when they were trying to develop their workforce in the Central Business District of New Orleans. And I was talking about our computer science graduates and our CIS graduates, and they said, that's great. But we also want to talk to your music majors, because they come to us with the ability to work as part of a team, to work as part of a group whose success is tied to the individuals on either side of them and individuals across the way. And so we can teach them which button to push, but we can't teach them these core competencies. And so we believe that this is the foundation upon which you can add skill sets that make you marketable, regardless of what the future holds.
You good? So can I get a motion? All right. All right, second? Second, great. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion passes. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, this is the last time that I'll be in front of this body in this role, and I want to thank our commissioner for being the great collaborator to bring 4 system heads together who have some level of ego, some level of parochial interest, and working together to advance higher education for the state of Louisiana, unlike any other era since T. Joe Savoy was in that chair. And so, Commissioner Reed, thank you very much for your friendship and support. Appreciate you.
Thank you. And so, Cade Brumley is not here. Dr. Cade is not here, but we do have Mr. Bradford here, and he's going to give the closing remarks. So go ahead, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Ken Bradford, Department of Education. I learned early this morning that Dr. Brumley was not feeling well, and he had the flu. So I assumed when I heard that I would be sitting here today, but it's not my first time sitting here today with you. I've been with the Department of Education for 2 decades now, over 2 decades now, and 10 of those most recently as prior to this role was as the Assistant Superintendent of Career and College Readiness. I served on the Dual Enrollment Task Force with Ms. Fauché and others. Also served on the College and Career Readiness Commission as well. It's fascinating to see the growth today. Also, you know, we've had advanced placement numbers in the state are the highest they've ever been, with students achieving a 3 or higher for college credit. Our dual enrollment numbers are as high as they've ever been. We're seeing apprenticeship opportunities also start to grow with our students. I know if Dr. Brumley were here today, you would hear reimagine the high school experience. I've heard that from him for the last 3.5 years. And that's exactly what we're seeing here today is a reimagined high school experience with all of these opportunities. But this as a joint board, I just want to tell you the experience that I've had in the department for 10 years and how you work together. And we've heard Dr. Davis allude to it today about how strong it is with the relations between these boards. But I'll take, for example, a class, Principles of Engineering. There's a high school course, Principles of Engineering. It's also available for high school college credit. There was a day and time where that had to be taken as an elective by our high school students. And that's one of many examples where we come to this joint board and the Board of Regents says Principles of Engineering. That makes sense. We should allow that to count for a core course when students are being considered for college admission. Then as a joint board, you come together and you say, you know what, we also need that course to be counting for TOPS. If the students take it for dual enrollment, this joint board is giving that a weight for the weighted GPA for that dual enrollment because of the extra academic rigor. And then when that course, dual enrollment course, is plugged into an associate's degree pathway, this board, both boards have assured that the coursework that those students are taking for associate's degrees is counting towards both their high school graduation and their college degrees. And then finally, our BESE board will ensure that that course counts for the high school graduation requirement. So it's the things that are happening are moving the needle, and I thank you. And we're encouraged by the results that we're seeing, and we look forward to the continued growth. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those comments. And before you speak, just real quick, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Bofi.
Regents, I certainly want to thank you for our collaborative efforts over the years. I do think it's important to point out to you that this is the last meeting for 8 of us. So the next time that the boards come together, you will have 8 new faces. You will see Mr. Mallorin at the legislature. So he's been with us for 2.5 years and was elected to the state legislature. Mr. Garvey served on the board for 16 years. Miss Kira Orange-Jones and myself have both been on the board for 12 years. Miss Voce and Mr. Rock have both been on the board for 8 years. Miss Davis and Miss Ashley Ellis, who couldn't be with us right now, have both been on the board for 4 years. So this is 66.5 years of board service. And when I start tallying up the years of service in education, it's significantly higher, as I believe both Mr. Rock and Miss Voce both have 52 years of service, right? So just that puts us over 100 years in education. And I just want to tell you, I've had a lot of full circle moments recently as my 12 years of winding down. I will let you know my student worker job was with the Board of Regents. So I did data entry for you all starting in '97 as you were trying to take the old grants and type them into the computer. I now have incredible typing skills. My students and my own children watch me type and they're like, how do you do this? Well, I just sat in a cubicle in the old building, which is now the Watermark, and typed and typed and typed and typed for hours and hours and hours. And I had no idea that I would get to sit among you and just know that it has been an incredible privilege. But I think even more important than that, I think what our 2 boards coming together represents is absolutely incredible and powerful. And so I'm going to speak for all of us and just tell you that we wish you well, and just know that you have Mr. Morris and Ms. Holloway and Mr. Castile who are coming on board. And then Mr. Kevin Birkin is going to represent District 7 where I am. We wish you the best of luck. I can tell you, if you need to find me, you can come to the W.D. and Mary Baker Smith Career Center in Lafayette, Louisiana, where I'm the principal, and my students are working on industry credentials all the time. While we were in this room, I got a text message that there was an electrical problem at a high school in Lafayette. The district sent some people, but it was the Career Center students that told them what they needed to do. So I'm proud for a lot of reasons.
Thank you so much for that, Superintendent Bofi. And thank you all for the 8 members that we will not see next time. That type of turnover, kind of challenging, but we hope that you all do the best you can to communicate with those that are incoming, and maybe the other folks that are coming in like you, they need to do what you're doing and seeing the collaboration and how it's actually getting things done and moving the state forward. So thank you all for that, and I would turn the floor over to Commissioner Reed, who, by the way, I think you all know this, but she is amazing at what she does. She is, and now she's also amazing because we have an amazing staff
Yes.
at the Board of Regents, from the top to the bottom. I mean, just look, this is one of the people that were there, right? Right? So, so the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I'll be brief, but certainly grateful. I will tell you, I think I'm in my 6th year in this position. I remember when I interviewed for this job and talked to our chair at the time, he said, you know, we have a twice a year responsibility to meet with BESE, and it's more ceremonial than substantive. We should change that. And today is a great example of that. We sit together, the power of 2 boards, talking about and moving policy forward to improve our state and to support our students. And so I am so grateful for the opportunity to see and to witness that, to thank those of you who are rolling off of BESE for your amazing service. I'm glad Ken is sitting here because he's been my partner in this work along with Cade for quite some time, and Doris and dual enrollment, and Ronnie and college and career readiness, and Sandy and teacher recruitment and retention. So many of you I've had an opportunity and blessing to work with directly, but collectively, our work matters. This is hard work, but it's meaningful work, impactful work. And so I want you to know that I'm grateful to each and every one of you. I leave this meeting today inspired. This was a great conversation. I know 2024, we have a lot more work to do, but there's nothing that we can't do when we put our minds together and when we combine our own collective thoughts and commitment to this state of Louisiana, the state that we love. So I just want to say thank you to all of you. Hope that you have an amazing holiday season. Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you so much. You all, at this point, you didn't go as long as I thought you were going to go. So is there any other business, you all, to come before the BESE and Board of Regents joint meeting today? Any other business? Hearing none, do I have a motion to adjourn? Motion. Second. Thank you all. We're adjourned. Yeah, we'll just go through that. Appreciate it.
Yes. Awesome.
I'd like to introduce a very, very special guest to our board meeting. We're obviously extremely honored to have Governor Edwards join us for our last meeting of 2023 and for his term. You all, I mean, I could go through what's on this paper, but it would not do it justice. I'll do it, but he's been a steadfast champion for all facets of our state, including higher education, healthcare, workforce training over these past 8 years. He's been a steady hand through multiple challenges, COVID-19, historic hurricanes, floods, freezes, forest fires, right? Saltwater intrusion, and he's entered the office. He entered the office with a $2 billion deficit, but worked with the legislature to stabilize the budget and address the needs of our state and of our people. You all, many people have aspired to be named the education governor, but he ran on being the education governor and has clearly reversed some challenging decisions of the previous administration to the tune of bringing us to the point where we have what we have today. At his time, you know, as his time winds down, we want to give him the opportunity to address us, and we appreciate everything that you have done for the state, for the students, and just for the state as a whole. And so I just want to welcome, please join me in welcoming our Governor, John Bell Edwards. And by the way, everybody on this board was appointed by him.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the Board of Regents, Commissioner Kim Hunter-Reed, thank you as well. I did want to be able to come over, and I've appeared before you all a number of times over the 8 years, and both formally and informally and so forth. But I did want to come back one more time and just thank you for your service on behalf of the state. It has been a challenging but very rewarding 8 years. And I think together we can take, really good satisfaction in terms of the work that we've done, the results that have been achieved. And nobody is saying everything is perfect and that we don't have challenges. But I just remember back to when I decided to run for governor. It was principally because we had gone through a period of disinvestment in higher education that exceeded that of any other state. And when you're a state that desperately needs more opportunity and more prosperity, that is exactly the wrong way to try to get it. And so I was determined that together we could do better. And that is why I offered myself. The chairman mentioned the budget deficit at the outset. So that was extremely challenging. And I knew that we didn't want to continue to make cuts because we weren't just cutting the institutions and limiting their ability to deliver education and recruit top faculty and do research and all that sort of stuff. But we had actually inverted the funding streams for higher education, so that in just a few short years, we went from having 70% of our support for higher education come from the state and 30% from the family in terms of tuition and fees, to exactly the opposite. And so wanted to do better, and I'm here to thank you all because we are doing better. And we started off by addressing that fiscal deficit, the deficit that actually it was a little over $1 billion just to close out the year on June 30th of 2016. And I know these are terrible memories, and some of you weren't serving on the board back then. And then it was $2 billion for the year that started July 1st of 2016. Well, we were successful in doing that in a bipartisan way. And the simple fact of the matter is, in no year since I've been governor have we run a deficit. In no year since I've been governor has there been a one-time dollar incorporated in the budget and lined up against a recurring expenditure. And it was that stability, I think, that allowed higher education leaders and institutions to take a deep breath and start to focus again on delivering education rather than just trying to keep the enterprise running and limping along. And I can tell you that this is incredibly important because when I meet with CEOs, and it happens all the time, they ask a lot of questions about our state, and sure, they want to know what the incentives are going to be. The difference maker in almost every case is whether they're going to have the human talent necessary to be successful should they invest here, as opposed to in taking their investment somewhere else. And so the degree to which we can invest in education and in training, the degree to which we're successful in getting young people some degree or credential past high school, the degree to which we're successful in re-engaging adults who didn't get a post-secondary credential or degree, or maybe they did, but that degree or credential is not going to get them the job or the career opportunities that they want. We got to get them back. And so what I'm getting to is we have to do the things that you all have been laying out in terms of our master plan for higher education. And the specific initiatives to achieve the master plan, like the MJ Foster program, for example. And that's just one example. But if I, as governor, asked the commissioner and you all to do that, and I didn't better resource your efforts, it would be hollow. And I'm very proud today to tell you that we have $465 million recurring revenue in the budget, in excess of what we had when I became governor, for the operations side of higher education. And I can also tell you that the capital construction budget for higher education is more robust, and just tremendously so. And so I know that we're doing a better job of serving our students and their families, and lifting up everyone in the state of Louisiana. And I can tell you that we've stabilized and improved the situation through economic growth and diversification. And we're better able to invest in higher education. And through those investments in the strategic initiatives, it becomes a virtuous cycle, because then you get more investment. And we're seeing that. The last 3 years, each year we've had more than $20 billion in economic development project wins for the state. We've never had that before. You know, today, as we gather here, the unemployment rate in our state is the lowest it has ever been, at 3.3%. The GDP is the highest it's ever been. And in fact, it's the 10th fastest growing in the country at present. Personal income is the highest it has ever been. We don't have a deficit. We have a balanced budget that is investing in education at all levels. And while you're principally and directly concerned with higher education, I know you're concerned that we're investing in preschool and early childhood, and we're doing that right now more robustly than we have ever done. And I will tell you, the biggest key to getting better educational outcomes from our college graduates is to maintain our investment for a generation in early childhood, and continue to support our teachers better, which we have done as well through K through 12. So all of that is incredibly important. Don't have a deficit today, and in fact, I will leave in 2 savings accounts $3.2 billion. That is more than 3 times. That is more than 3 times the highest amount ever left before. So excited about that. And the other thing I wanted to share with you all is, some people would say, well, okay, you're talking about investing more in early childhood and K through 12, and you've talked about higher education plus $465 million. And it's true that we have the lower rates of uninsured and health insurance, and we've invested in that. We've invested record amounts in transportation, nearly $6 billion over the 8 years. And people say, well, how much have you grown government? State General Fund has increased by less than the rate of inflation over the 8 years that I've been governor. So there is a way to work together to make smart strategic decisions, to be determined, and then to really do things in a way that you don't see much around the country anymore, because by definition, everything that I've done has been bipartisan. So I just wanted to come and thank you all for that. And by the way, I literally could keep going with the various things that we've been able to do, and how higher ed fits in with our success on the energy transition, for example, the research necessary to restore our coast. The reason I get excited being here is because education, higher education, it's involved in everything that I'm talking about. And so anyway, I'm going to bring it to a close by just thanking you, encouraging you to continue, and acknowledging the specific role that Board of Regents plays in our higher education governance. And you know, one of the things, ever since I've been came to the legislature, which was 16 years ago, talk about governance and what is the best practice for higher education governance. There is no best practice. You can take, if there are 10 states out there that you think you want to emulate, you can look at their governance structure and they're all different. The common things that you want to emulate is you want to have good leadership, and you want to have strategic vision, and you want to have the resources to achieve that vision. And so I appreciate what you all have done because it's been very difficult. And I can go back it's been a while ago, but fresh in my mind, having been in the legislature at the time, the Board of Regents was asked to develop a funding formula for higher education. And the assumption was there was a baseline of support that was going to continue, and the funding formula was going to allocate additional dollars that would be appropriated going forward. And instead, the funding formula was forced to make cuts, something it was not designed to do. And that was extremely difficult, but it was a role that had to be played at that time, unfortunately, by the Board of Regents when we tried to figure out, do we have excessive duplication of certain degree programs? That was something you all did. Do we need new degree programs somewhere? That's something that you all do. And when it comes to overseeing student financial assistance and LumCon and Lonnie, and I mean, there's just so much that you all do. And I'm afraid that there are some people out there that don't understand your significance in the role that you play. And I would encourage them to get acquainted with it, to go back and look at the period of time that I'm talking about, to understand, because the role that you play has to be played by someone. And if it's not the Board of Regents, who is it going to be? So I say all that to thank you all for the tremendous work that you've done, for working collaboratively with me and the other systems and all the institutions and so forth, but really having a strategic vision for what we need in Louisiana if we're going to have more opportunity and prosperity, which is something that we all want. And your role is invaluable. And I thank you. I wish you all a wonderful Christmas and holiday season, and may 2024 be the best year ever for you and for your family and for the great state of Louisiana. So thank you all so much.
All right. Thank you. I don't really know what you say to follow up on that, except you probably have 15 donors / supporters for your presidential run, right? Which, but no, we really, I know I can speak for all of us when we say how much we sincerely appreciate your leadership. You spoke to leadership, obviously, between our commissioner and ourselves. We've done it together. But you know, I can tell you that how much I appreciate what you've represented, what you've been about, what you've done, and that you've been a person that's operated with the utmost integrity in terms of whatever you've said. You've been about that, completely, and it's just been a pleasure to be associated with you. And be associated with this board and the work that we're doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dallas. Appreciate you.
Yeah, probably. And some more socks? Yeah, I think it's a pullover as well. I appreciate you all. Got a pullover and some socks.
Oh, I do have some socks.
Yeah.
Okay, good deal.
I got mine on.
Yeah.
He said, do I get some more socks?
Thank you. And I just had my hour of ethics training, so I'm pretty sure the logo's on here.
Exactly.
And this is good. So thank y'all very much. I really appreciate it. Okay, anything else?
Can we just hold 1 second? So I do want to, I know, Governor, you have a tight schedule, but I do want to echo the comments that were made by our chairman of what a phenomenal board you have appointed, what an amazing leader you are and continue to be. You all know we have been through so much in Louisiana. And this governor has been steady, as the chairman mentioned. And I can say personally how much I appreciate having a leader who is 1,000% committed to the people of Louisiana. So while the governor has had unlimited requests and limited resources, he has always prioritized higher education, K-12 education, early childhood education. He's a person who, I remember, Governor, when we adopted our master plan, and you went to a Rotary or Chamber in different parts of the states, and people would text me, Dr. Vosper and others, and say, he's talking about the master plan without notes, right? He's talking about the master plan without notes. He knows it, he owns it, he understands this vision. And so I too want to say on behalf of myself, but also the system presidents, the campus presidents, the students, how grateful we are for your leadership and for your commitment and for your friendship. Thank you very, very much. Sure.
Mr. Chair, I do want to mention, to applaud the governor on his service. The makeup of this board, you have changed it. And I have to mention that it looks like this state. You've changed it. It's diverse for the first time, and that's because of you. And I want to thank you for that on behalf of the citizens.
Anybody else? All right, So you all, we're going to get started with our committee meetings. Beginning, well, let me let him.
I didn't call the LC.
Trying to get you all to lunch.
Yeah, because they're too many to hold. Yeah, they are. I think so.
Okay, so before I get started real quick, want to acknowledge the chairman of the LSU board here. There we go. And obviously we get the opportunity to have folks from each board here, but most times we don't have the chair here, so we really appreciate you stepping in and taking a look at what we've got going on. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. So, we're going to jump into our committee meetings, beginning with the legislative members. Just a reminder, once again, speaking to the microphone, Regent Sterling, can you please call your committee to order, ma'am?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to call the Legislative Committee to order. Brianna, please call the roll.
Thank you, Regent Sterling. Regent May. Regent Sterling.
Here.
Regent Aubrey.
Here.
Regent David. Here. Regent Ewing. Regent Levy. Regent Gill. Here. LCTCS representative. LSU system representative.
He's here. He's here.
Southern University system representative. UL system representative. There's a quorum.
Thank you. Brianna Golden will provide a status update on our many annual reports, followed by Dr. Denley, who will present 3 reports for us for consideration. Bree and Tristan, please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I just want to provide you with a small overview on where we are with our annual legislative reports. You should all have a copy of a one-pager that lists out all of Board of Regents' annual legislative reports, which amount to 15. And if you refer to the slide, as I've already stated, we have 15 annual legislative reports. 2 have already been submitted thus far this year. And there will be 3 annual reports to be considered today, which Dr. Denley will talk about. And that means we will have 10 remaining reports to submit by 2024.
Thank you. So yeah, I'd like to take us just through three of those legislative reports, and then happy to answer any questions along the way. The first is TOPS. As you know, each year we bring to you a report about TOPS and provide that to legislators, and there have been a variety of acts across the years that talk about the topics that we address in those reports and the data that we share. In many ways, the report that is provided this year says very much the same things that we've seen for many, many years, and so I'm not going to spend my time going through, and there are, I don't know, 30, 40, 50 tables in that report, which basically say the same things that you might imagine, that students who receive TOPS they have substantially higher graduation rates, substantially higher retention rates. They do achieve their degrees at much higher rates. All of the things that we would like to be true of the kind of scholarship that TOPS is are really being achieved in this state. This concerning trend, and it's not the first time that I have presented this to you, is that we have in recent years seen a significant downturn in the numbers of students who are being supported by the TOPS scholarship. And so that's kind of the place where I'd like to spend my time today, talking through with you what it is that we understand to be happening there, and then some recent research that we've been doing to really try to dig into what we know about the students who, despite being eligible to receive TOPS, are instead choosing not to receive their TOPS funding. So despite the fact that that hockey stick kind of bends at the end, this phenomenon is not just a 2 or 3 year old phenomenon. It is much, much longer than that. And so here on this chart, you can see that on the one hand, you can see over the last 4 or 5 years that year on year on year, the numbers of students who have been eligible for the various TOPS award have been gradually declining. But more than that, the proportion of those students who are eligible, who choose to actually receive the funds, has also been declining. So there are these sort of this twofold thing which is contributing to that sort of hockey stick behavior. And of course the reality is that's been happening year on year on year for several years. It takes time for this year's class a little bit smaller than last year's class, a little bit smaller than the class before, to gradually reflect that in the overall enrollment in the program. Does that make sense? So what I want to do is to spend some time talking through now why it is that we believe that this is happening and how it is that it is being shaped across the state. So first of all, when I'm saying that students are TOPS eligible, of course I don't need to tell you the fact that there are several scholarships within the TOPS umbrella. That we have TOPS students who are supported by honors, opportunity performance, and honors scholarships, and those are students that can go to any institution in the state, 2-year or 4-year, enroll in any degree that they choose to. And then there are also students who are eligible for TOPS Tech Awards. Those students are only allowed to use those TOPS Tech Awards towards technically oriented programs. So only at 2-year institutions and only at technically oriented associate degrees, technical diplomas, and also some workforce credentials. So you can see that dependent on which of the awards the students are eligible for, there is a considerable difference in the proportions of students who actually choose to take those awards. You can see that on the opportunities side, it has stayed in the mid-80s, sort of stays there. There has been some decline across the last few years, but it still stays strong in the mid-80s. For students who have performance scholarships, again, 92% in 2014, 86% in 2021, 2021, but still staying relatively strong. On the honors side, so these are the top performing students that we have in the state, now dipping down into the 70s. Completely the flip of the picture for TOPS Tech students. that whereas for the opportunities, performance, and honor scholarships, the vast majority of students are still choosing to actually accept those awards and enroll in Louisiana institutions, TOPS Tech students overwhelmingly choose not to accept the award. 75% of them choose not to accept the award that they are eligible for. So I'm sure that when you look at those numbers, there are a number of questions that go through your head. Well, what do we know about those students who choose not to accept their award? Do they stay in the state? Do they go out of the state? What do they do instead? All of those kinds of things. And so that's really what I now want to talk about what it is that we know about not the students who receive the award, which is very amply covered in the report, but instead what we know about the students who choose not to receive the award. And again, a big, enormous thank you to the Board of Regents data team and to the team at LOSFA for all of the work that they've done. And to say that it was a difficult data set to wrangle is, I think, maybe the understatement of the year. This was an incredibly complicated piece of analysis to try to wrestle all this to the ground. What we've done is worked with the National Student Clearinghouse to try to understand, first of all, those students who we don't see here, well, what do we know about where they went? Did they go to another institution elsewhere in the United States? And so this data that I'm showing you showing you now shows you, well, do these students go out of state? This is those proportions. So for instance, what we can see is for honor students, you remember, so right now 3 out of 4 choose to receive their TOPS. The other 1 in 4, 80-something% of them are enrolling in an institution outside the state of Louisiana. Largely speaking, those enrollments are in neighboring states, largely Mississippi, but also Alabama and some in Texas. Of course, there are students who go much further afield, but largely it is the case that those students are enrolling in institutions that are in neighboring states, but overwhelmingly they are going out of state. Performance, again, the majority are enrolling in those out-of-state institutions, and opportunities. Yeah, you'll see the picture for opportunity is much more complicated. And I'll address that as we go. But still, a sizable proportion choosing to go to those institutions in neighboring states. And one of the questions we have to ask there is, well, how is it that neighboring states are able to lure away our brightest students? And some of that really is due to the way in which the top support, the level of top support has remained static while the cost of higher education has gradually increased, and then that makes scholarship programs in other states more attractive in some ways, perhaps. So, out of state, that's the picture. You can see that's not the place where the TOPS Tech students are going. Overwhelmingly, those TOPS Tech students, only 1 in 10 of them are choosing to go out of state. So that's not the place where the TOPS Tech students are. Second chart I want to show you is students who choose not to be part of higher education at all. So this is students who aren't, and we looked very hard to try to find them. Did we find them out of state? No. Did we find them enrolled in a Louisiana institution? No. Did we find them enrolled in any of our education providers, be that degree level or industry-based certification or technical diploma or training or any of that? The answer is no. And again, you can see when it comes to performance and honor students, relatively few of those students are choosing to not be part of higher education at all. Remember, these are proportions of proportions, so it's a little bit complicated. But those performance and honor students, remember, 80-something% of them are already choosing to be to receive their award. Of the remaining 15-20% of them, that's this proportion that you're seeing. So a very small proportion of honor students are choosing not to be part of higher education. 2 or 3%. A very small proportion of performance students are choosing not to be part of higher education, 5 or 6%. It's those trends for opportunity and the TOPS Tech students that are the most concerning. You can see that the proportions that are choosing not to be part of higher education at all for opportunity now, you can see it's bordering on 50-50. of those students who don't choose to take their award. That's a concerning trend. Same on the TOPS Tech side. You can see that a growing proportion, again, almost a third of that 75%, right, a full quarter of the students who are TOPS Tech eligible who are choosing not to be part of higher education at all. That's a concerning trend. It's something for us to think seriously about as we craft the programs that we do. Last chart I want to show you is the statistics about students who choose to be part of a Louisiana institution. So I need to really unpack this a little bit, right? So this is, the TOP scholarship is designed to provide a scholarship for students to go to a Louisiana institution. And yet here we have students who are going to a Louisiana institution and yet choosing not to receive their TOP scholarship. This is most marked in the TOPS Tech students, but it is a trend that we see all across. These are students who often are enrolling in programs, and because they enroll part-time, when they enroll part-time, they are not eligible to receive their award. So in the opportunities, performance, and honors, largely speaking, that's the picture. These are students, they are enrolling in college, but they are enrolling in college part-time, and so consequently are not able to avail themselves of the TOPS support that would be available to them if they were full-time. That makes sense? The TOPS Tech students, completely different picture. The TOPS Tech students, and you can see this is the overwhelming majority of those TOPS Tech students actually at all. These are students who are choosing of their own volition to enroll in a program which is ineligible for TOPS Tech support, and is largely at four-year institutions. So they're choosing not to enroll in a two-year institution in a technically oriented program, but instead to either enroll in a two-year institution in a not technically oriented program, or overwhelmingly in a four-year institution. And as I say, TOPS Tech support is not eligible if you enroll in that four-year institution. So these are, you know, I think important numbers for us to have in our head as we now think about, of course, there will be legislators who will be interested in what TOPS is, how TOPS is functioning, what we might be able to shed light on as far as that trend when it comes to that downturn. I think we anticipate that as the size of the high school graduating class begins to tip back up, we may see changes in this, but that won't change that underlying behavior. Just having more high school students is not the way for our trend to change. We need more people to be actively engaged in higher education, and we need more of them to be engaged in higher education here in Louisiana. And so ways that we can position this powerful scholarship in such a way that we enable more people to avail themselves of it is important for us to do. So with that, let me ask if there are questions about the TOPS data, TOPS report.
Okay. All right, keep going.
Okay, I will do it.
Going forward, should we try to go about increasing the amount of reward that goes with all three of those to maybe entice more people to take advantage of it, and it would pay a larger percentage of what it costs to go to college?
I mean, I think I think it's a really complicated issue for us to be able to, so let me preface anything that I say by saying that. I think that the reality is the data we have about students being part-time suggests that going to college has multiple costs that are involved in it. And so the fact that we're able to provide support in this place doesn't enable them necessarily to be able to find support for the whole of it, right? So tuition support doesn't change fees, doesn't change living, doesn't change cost of living, doesn't housing, all of the other incumbent parts about going to college. And so the fact that so many opportunities, performance and honor students are enrolling part-time seems to say that there are people who they can't afford to get the support that would enable them. Does that make sense? It's almost like they can't afford to get the extra dollars that the TOPS funding would provide to them. And so that asks questions then about the level of support itself.
A couple of meetings ago, we were told that it amounts to about 17% of the cost for a student, cover all the costs,
Right.
room, board, everything else that goes with going to student. And that, the average, I think, and I've talked to several presidents, is probably at least $20,000 a year. And when you look at the average family income
True.
in this state, that's a real challenge, to finance a student going to college. You can use loans, you get all kind of benefits that you could possibly get, whether it's this scholarship or whether it's other scholarship. But it fits into my concern that I've had on repricing the ability of most students to go to a four-year institution away from the average family.
I mean, I know Dr. Boutte each year compiles a chart that sort of shows the top support at each institution compared with the cost of attendance, and it's always a pretty striking chart that you show, first of all, the tuition, and then gradually she shows you more and more, and the part that TOPS actually supports gets smaller and smaller. I think it's a striking picture, yeah. Yes, sir.
I think it was, kind of thinking about this, we get money back in TOPS, right? It's like $30 million. And
So this was the, I think, second year that we did not request additional TOPS money, but there was a fund swap that Matthew can speak to regarding how TOPS was funded. But go ahead and ask your question, and then we'll get.
well, it's like, well, I guess my question's kind of null and void now, because you say fund swap. I was thinking, we gave that money back to the legislature, and I was wondering in the case if that ever happened again, that we could somehow put that in the hands of the city. I know it might defy, TOPS whenever it's created, all these things, but to add that in there potentially in the future.
So,
We did that one time, didn't we? You had $20,000, $20 million go back to the general fund?
yes, so I'll read your goal. I answer your question first. So going into this current year, there was about just under 23 million in original TOPS projection that did not materialize because of student participation. And then there was around 30 million or so that was swapped. So there was a decrease in participation. That money did remain in higher education and was used throughout the budget. And then in the previous fiscal year, there was around 30 million or so as well that was not used, that was also kept within higher education. And Regent Ewing, I think that answers your question as well, that whatever has not been used, we've been able to keep in higher education in other means. So for last fiscal year, we were able to move some of that money into this year for workforce development and campus safety programs. The money that was not used this year, we kept in to increase money for the funding formula, faculty pay raises. So all the funds that have not been used by TOPS have been able to remain within higher education.
Are there any other questions before you move on to your other two reports? Please continue.
I'll move on. Thank you very much. So the other two items are really telling stories that I've spoken to this group about before, and so I'm going to cover them relatively briefly. The first is the governor's military and veteran-friendly status, and so again, this was a status for institutions who are supportive of their military and veteran students and military families. Again, this status was created by statute, and so each year we produce a report which in many ways says which of the institutions in the state have that governor's military and veteran-friendly campus designation, and then some information about enrollment on those campuses. So I'm happy to tell you that for the fourth year in a row, all of our public post-secondary institutions have that governor's military and veteran-friendly campus, which just trips right off the tongue. And this year, I'm very happy to tell you that for the first time, we have one of our Lakeview institutions, Dillard University, has also attained that designation. There was some recent legislative change that opened up the designation also to Lakeview institutions. And as I say, Dillard is the first to receive that. In this coming year, and so I'll be happy to bring that to you at future meetings, there was legislation in the last legislative session for us to create tiers of the designation. So up until now, it's been a sort of a one-size-fits-all, that if you meet all of these criteria, then you will have this governor's military and veteran-friendly campus designation. The most recent legislation was for the regions to work with the institutions to create a sort of a bronze, silver, and gold kind of level to this that would then recognize campuses that are doing more and more that are military friendly. And so I'll certainly be thrilled to bring that to you in the coming year. But that's the annual report around military and veteran friendly campuses. And then the last item is for our work around a post-secondary inclusive education. Again, to remind you, this is, and actually it kind of came up in our earlier conversation with BESE, that this is expanding and creating programs that specifically meet the needs of students with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And so over the years, we have had about a half a dozen institutions in our state that have such a program. You can see them listed on the screen. This last year, the legislature provided $1 million for us to be able to work with institutions to potentially expand both the footprint of the existing programs, but also to take that to new institutions. And I'm delighted to be able to tell you, as I did a couple of meetings ago, that we were able to, in fact, increase the overall capacity across the state by about a third, by about 33%, which is extremely exciting. But also really exciting for us to have our first programs at an HBCU. So SUNO will have a program in fall of 2024. And also, if I go back and you look at the list of schools, you can see that they are all in the southern part of the state. There's nothing in the north part of the state. And so you can see here that one of the programs which was approved was the program at Louisiana Monroe. And so we will, for the first time again in fall of 2024, have such a program available in the northern part of the state. Clearly, this is the beginning of the work, not the end of the work. And so this, right now, there is an RFA that is open. And we are asking campuses, first of all, to apply for a planning grant. So clearly, such a program is not an easy thing to set up. And we certainly very much thank the efforts of the campuses that have stepped forward to create those new programs. But we recognize that if you've not done this before, that it's a lift to get this off the ground. And so asking campuses to apply for a $20,000 planning grant that would then enable them to do the appropriate planning to know how it is that you can start such a program on your campus. And then over and above that planning grant to apply for up to $60,000 of support to then launch that new program. So that RFA is out right now. It closes in the middle of January, and I'll be certainly happy to come back to you in the new year and tell you how it is and keep you apprised of what it is that we're seeing about those new programs. So those are the three reports that I have to share today. And so senior staff recommends that the board receive each of those reports and authorize the Commissioner of Higher Education to submit the reports to the appropriate executive offices and or legislative committees on behalf of the Board of Regents.
Thank you. You've heard the recommendations. Are there any questions? Is there a motion?
Second.
Chairman David and Chairman Seal on the second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Our next item is regarding future legislative reports due prior to our next meeting. Bree Golden will cover this item.
Thank you. As previously mentioned, the Board of Regents has a series of reports to submit, 10 total remaining. And so senior staff recommends granting the commissioner the authority to finalize the legislative reports required by the 2023 legislation and submit them to the legislature by the respective 2024 deadlines with an update to the board at its next regularly scheduled meeting.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion? Regent David, Regent Williams Brown is the second. Any discussions, any questions? All of those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Is there?
Regent, okay. Not really a question on that, but when we do package those and send it to the legislature, can the board be copied on that? So we'll have it contemporaneously, not have to wait for the next meeting?
Is there any other business to come before the committee? Hearing none, is there a motion to adjourn? Regent David, second. Regent Williams Brown. Any questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion passes. We are adjourned.
Thank you all. Appreciate you all. So you all look, from a timing standpoint, we do have lunch in the next room. So we're gonna take a 15 to 20-minute lunch break. All right, make sure you drink while you eat. Okay? Chew fast so we can be done. So we're going to take a quick lunch break. This is not a break. This is your food. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So you all, right before we get into facilities and property, what we need to do is call Regent Sterling and her committee back to order to fix a motion for the legislative committee. So,
yes,
floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had two motions that were seconded by Judy Williams Brown, who is not a member of the legislative committee. Sam Gill has agreed to be to second both of those motions going forward. So we will replace Judy Williams Brown with Samuel Gill, who is a member of the committee.
Thank you. Okay. So, is that, we don't have
Is there
to take
any
a
other
vote?
business?
Do we need to take a, well, we good? We just replace it?
Where is our attorney?
You ready?
Okay. So let's go back to those.
What was the first one?
The first motion was to accept the reports, the three reports.
I've heard three different things. Okay.
All right. Where is, okay, let's get our committee members.
Go back to your original script.
Okay. We're going to call our legislative committee to order. Do we have a roll call?
Yes. Regent May. Regent Sterling.
Here.
Regent Aubrey. Here. Regent David.
Here.
Regent Ewing. Here. Regent Levy. Here. Regent Gill. Here. LCTC system. LSU system. Southern system. UL system. You have a quorum.
Thank you. Again, we heard the Legislative Report Committee. Do we have a motion to approve the recommendation on the submission of the initial legislative reports?
So moved.
So moved by by Regent David, second by Regent Gill. Any questions? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion passes. We have a second motion that was to approve the submission of reports that are not before us, that they would be approved by the commissioner before our next report. And is there a motion to approve? Approved by Regent David, second by Regent Gill. Any questions? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Both motions pass.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn by Regent David, second by Regent Aubrey. All in favor? Any opposed? We are adjourned. And back on track. Sorry for that interruption.
No, thank you for that. So, Mr. Herring, right, I was about to say, Mr. Herring, unfortunately, we're gonna bump you back for a second. And they obviously didn't tell you, because you went to the front of the, but we're gonna step up and do Research and Sponsored Initiatives Committee right now. So I know that you all are ready and have been made aware. So Regent Finley, please call your committee to order, ma'am.
I'd like to call the Research and Sponsored Initiatives Committee to order. Ms. Robinson, will you call the roll? Here.
Here.
Thank you. Now on to item 3, the Board of Regents Support Fund Plan and Budget Recommendations. Ms. Robinson, please proceed.
Yes, ma'am. So, Assistant Treasurer Broussard set the stage nicely for the recommendation of the 24-25 budget for the Board of Regents Support Fund. Just to give you a very quick reminder of what the Support Fund is and what it does, it is funded through the Louisiana Education Quality Trust Fund, or LEQTF. That entire fund is dedicated to education in the Constitution. The earnings are divided between the Treasury, BESE, and the Board of Regents to meet, in the case of higher ed, 2 constitutionally mandated goals, improving the quality of higher education and enhancing Louisiana's economic development through 4 programs. We can spend money in 4 different ways: endowed chairs for eminent scholars, enhancement of academic research and agricultural departments and units, targeted R&D, and recruitment of superior graduate students. We are coming before you today because of a requirement in the Constitution that the Board of Regents submit to the legislature no less than 60 days prior to the regular session a plan and budget for the expenditure of dollars in the upcoming fiscal year. That is the charge that we have through the Constitution, and that's what we were before you to discuss. As Assistant Treasurer Broussard indicated, we have 2 sources of expendable revenue that come in to the support fund. One is investment earnings that are earned on the trust fund. The other source is royalties from the Gulf sector that's affected by the settlement that established the trust fund. I do want to correct one thing that Assistant Treasurer Broussard said this morning. When the fund reaches $2 billion and we have the change in the distributions, Treasury continues to get capital gains as it's set forth in the Constitution, but the investment earnings go 100% to BESE and Regents, split in half, not the 25% for fund growth that was has been put in Treasury for 37 years. That will cease to be. They will still get capital gains, but they will not get 100%, or they won't get 25% of the interest earnings. That's an advantage to both BESE and Regents, because we will receive more money from the source of funding that's still generating considerable revenues, while the oil and gas royalties will all go into state general fund. They'll flow out of Treasury into state general fund, but we don't expect those to recover at all over the next several years. This is what our revenues and expenditures look like. I just wanted to remind you that what Treasurer Schroeder said is correct. We have fallen off quite substantially from 2009. In fact, our revenues are less than half of what they were in 2009 when we got $35 million. Last year we got $16.11 million. If you look at our revenue trend, the spike that you see in 2021 is unusual. That was excess capital gains through multiple sell-offs by Treasury to fall under the 35% investment cap that's mandated in the Constitution. We received substantial additional monies from the sell-offs. We do not expect that to happen regularly. That was an unusual year, and as you can see, the unusualness of it was proven because we fell right back down to 17, and now we are even lower. This is, in fact, the lowest level of revenues received by the support fund since 1988, when the trust fund was worth $600 million. Now it's worth $1.6 billion.
Budget considerations, when we look at our budget for the forthcoming year, we look at several data pieces. The official state estimate, which is $17.85 million, that's provided by the Revenue Estimating Conference. The estimate from Treasury, as Mr. Broussard indicated, we get an estimate every year from Treasury. Their current estimate for next year, that's not this year when they said they're going to start doing sell-offs in the coming quarter. This is for next year, 24-25. Their official estimate is $16.31 million. The midpoint of those two, just to give you an idea, is roughly $17 million. In terms of the actual revenues we got last year, $16.11 million. That is the lowest since 1988, and part of a trend of low revenue receipts. We have numerous fiscal challenges. None of these will come as a surprise to any of you. The market instability is a challenge. Interest rate decisions have been challenging for us for the last decade plus. Inflation control measures, we hope that those are starting to subside, but those have posed real challenges in the last year, and the royalty declines that Mr. Broussard discussed this morning. We do, however, still have some remaining buffer from that big spike year. We have not expended those dollars. The support fund is a closed loop. We can only spend support fund dollars on support fund activities. Because we budget a year in advance, often we can't spend when there's a spike like that. We would have to go back to JLCB and get permission to spend over our spending authority. We generally don't do that. So we do have a little bit of buffer. So with that buffer, we recommend going with the official state estimate from the Revenue Estimating Conference, which is $17.85 million. As always, we have significant contingencies in the event that we fall short of that dollar amount. How do we determine the budget? How do we spread that $17.85 million? We have 10 programs. Some of those programs are multi-year commitments, so we provide funding over a series of years. Some are single-year commitments, particularly the endowment programs, where we provide match up front, and that match is permanently endowed. The obligations we already have on the books for this year, about $6.25 million. That incorporates both grants and contracts that we've already written and federal awards where we're providing match to a federal source of funds that are in year 2 and beyond. So $6.25 million goes out of that $17.85 before we even start. The next thing we take out is administration dollars. That's the dollars that pay the staff who administer the support fund. That is actually just a formula that's in statute. This formula says we can charge 3% of the average of the last 3 years' expenditures in administrative costs. I would note that since the $35 million year, our staff has been cut from 11.5 to, I say approximately 4 on the slide. What that means is 3 full-time staff and 1 half-time staff member, and me, who include this with all my other duties. So we reorganized all of our responsibilities in spring of 2022. We have tried to streamline as much as we possibly can, but this is all the staff that we can afford with the admin dollars we have. The remainder of the $17.85 million, after we reduce those two sources out, we spend on federal awards that are in year 1. This, again, is matching to federal dollars that are coming in. They're all competitive dollars. This gentleman to my right manages all of our competitive federal funding, which he will be talking a little bit about in just a few minutes. Endowment matching, $5.89 million in endowment matching. These are new permanently endowed funds to match private sector and other non-state contributions. And the remainder in support fund grants and contracts. These are research grants, enhancement grants, student support grants, all kinds of things, all competitively awarded for a total of $4.6 million in 24-25. In terms of contingencies, if it's higher than budgeted, we're very limited in what we can do, and essentially any additional revenues, we have to come to you first to get your approval, but we would not plan on asking for an increase in our spending authority, which would require action by JLCB. So if we get more than we expect, you'll hear from me again. If it's lower than budgeted, typically what we do is we step backwards through the process I just described. The first thing we reduce is pro rata across the competitive programs. So we take out, we figure out how much we need, and we cut the competitive programs back on a pro rata basis. If we need more than that, we might cut the one non-competitive program we have, which is endowed professorships. It operates on a funding guarantee basis to the campuses. We would reduce some of those dollars. This is to make sure that when we're reducing dollars, we're reducing money that's not already committed first. If we need additional cuts after that, this has never happened, but we write it in as a contingency in case, that's when we would look at existing contracts, existing federal matching. Federal matching would be the last to go because often those matching dollars are required for us to retain the federal award. We don't want to lose more money than we're already losing. We retain the federal matching dollars to the greatest extent possible. So that is where we are. If you look in your packet, I know this is impossible to see on the screen, but we do give you a breakdown by program of where the monies are going, where that 17.85 is going, as well as a comparison to last year. Really, the only change this year is we've had to take about a 10% cut off the 20 million budget we had last year to accommodate the lower revenue estimates. And we have spread that proportionally across the programs. So our staff recommendation is that you approve the support fund plan and budget for 24-25 as presented. Any questions? Yes, sir.
We have new monies for endowments. Is that new monies that have been contributed by private sources, or is that money that we put up to meet past obligations?
In terms of present versus past, what those dollars are new monies in the support fund available for matching of unmatched slots. Some of those slots are going to be new submissions. Some of those slots may have been on the books for a few years. It just depends on what the campuses submit forward to us.
Do you see an increase in the number of endowments that we will continue to try to fund?
Short answer, yes. I do see a continued demand for endowments because the support fund's been matching non-state donations for 37 years. It's become part of the fabric of fundraising for our higher education institutions. It's very appealing because a donor can get $400,000 for a $600,000 contribution. As one donor once said to me, I can't get a better return than that on my money. So that, I expect there to continue to be demand. The issue, I think, for demand in endowments is going to be, there will be greater interest in endowments for student support and less for faculty support, both because the match rate for professorships is less advantageous. It's 80-20 instead of 60-40, but also because we have 3,500 faculty endowments statewide. The demand for those is just necessarily going to be lower because of the volume already in place. Yes, sir?
Question, where are we with those, the review of the endowments and what we had talked about, you know, moving from $1 million as a chair to $2 million so that they'll be more competitive?
The staff has completed a long process of getting feedback from campuses and systems and any stakeholder really who wanted to provide feedback to the report that we presented to you in September. We are developing recommendations. We will circulate those back through the campuses and systems before we bring them to you. We'll start giving you previews probably in January of what we're thinking, and then bring to you in March for any actions that the staff might recommend in consultation with the campuses and systems. I will tell you on the moving levels around, what we are preliminarily looking at is a tiered approach where it's not a one-size-fits-all approach where every campus has to come up with the same contribution to reach the same level, because not all disciplines require the same endowment level, not all campus types require the same endowment level. We're just looking at the mechanisms to make that appropriate so that every campus gets what they need and isn't unduly burdened by a higher rate of donation.
Okay. Historically, and I would assume across Louisiana, our public HBCUs have lower endowments. And so I would be particularly interested in knowing how these new revised rules would impact them, and what are the opportunities for them to engage at a level where it certainly doesn't negatively impact already their, you know, at least those 4 or 5 campuses have a lot less than with many of the other campuses across the state. So I would be concerned about that, make sure they fully engaged prior to our adoption.
We are trying to ensure that everyone who wants a voice in this process has one, which is one of the reasons we've taken on a multi-stage. We're not just doing collection of feedback at the front end. We're also circulating drafts and making sure that they're aware of what's coming before we bring it to you all, and that we don't cause negative unintended consequences.
I understand, and I'm happy to engage if we need to talk about it at the HBCU Advisory Council, or just make sure we have a special meeting where we make sure the campuses really understand at the impact, how it's going to impact them. So I've served on foundations at multiple institutions, and I just see some different demographics and statistics on what those revenue sources are at those campuses.
Absolutely. I'm happy to do that.
Any other questions? Members of the committee, you heard the recommendations of the senior staff for the 2024-25 plan and budget with contingency. Is there a motion from the committee?
I offer the motion to approve the recommended budget and plan for 24-25.
It's been moved by Regent Aubrey. Is there a second? Seconded by Regent Seal. Any additional discussion? Any questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion passes.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next items, we have 2 more items. They are both for information purposes only at this point, so there will be no other actions requested of this committee. The next item, which is the statewide science and technology plan development, will be addressed by Dr. Michael Kansari, who is not only an endowed chairholder at LSU in mechanical engineering, but is also the Board of Regents Associate Commissioner for Sponsored Programs, Research and Development. Mike?
And may I mention that Dr. Kansari will present the information today, but will seek approval next month. Good afternoon, Dr. Kansari. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. So about 14 years ago, under the leadership of President Les Geis, we developed what I think is the only and the first science and technology plan for the state. And in fact, the acronym for that is FIRST Louisiana. So it's fostering innovation through research in science and technology in Louisiana. This particular plan was developed by collaboration with all the systems and campuses. This plan particularly responds to federal requirements. In particular, NSF EPSCoR requires an SMT plan before we could submit a Track 1 proposal for competition at the national level. This plan also guides all of our institutions in terms of strategic planning, and recognizes that it's important for us to build capacity across the entire state, and recognizes the importance of workforce development and strategically planning for competition at the national level. Importantly, the plan recognizes the need for collaborating with industry through developing an ecosystem for innovation and that could create jobs. It is time for us to update this particular plan, and this year we spent quite a bit of time with 2 committees, EPSCoR committee and ACARL committee. ACARL is Advisory Committee for Advancement of Research in Louisiana. Both of these committees are chaired by President Les Geis and has membership from systems, campuses, private sectors, and state government. The vision of the new plan or updated plan is that Louisiana institutions of higher education will catalyze new technology-based development and investment. It will educate highly skilled workforce that drives the state's technology-based innovation and ecosystem. So very quickly, at the very base of this plan is human capital, hiring faculty and retaining faculty and students can help with our workforce development. And then building, the talent that we hire would require appropriate building blocks, appropriate infrastructure to perform their duties and compete at the national level. These, when they come together, the right people with the right tools, they will be able to create networks of excellence. These networks of excellence are research and development centers that could be nationally competitive. And all of these will bring together an ecosystem that would provide or would come up with promising innovations that would help us with a partnership with industry, and folks in industry will be able to hire our trained workforce and will provide opportunity for all of our students. So very quickly, in terms of the basics of the foundation, we're talking about STEM disciplines. This is S&T Center, S&T plan, Science and Technology plan. Computer sciences and information sciences, social, behavioral, and economic sciences are at the very basic foundational level that we need. The building blocks that and the tools that our faculty and students need include very important experimental facilities that we call shared experimental R&D facilities, and they need to have the same type of a shared facilities for computational and data infrastructure and library and data management that could be statewide. We have great examples of shared instrumentation facilities through what we have put together through our EPSCoR projects, what we call core user facilities that provide facilities that are very expensive for any one particular institution to manage. But when you bring resources together, all of our faculty and our industries can utilize those. We call those core user facilities. They provide facilities for machining, manufacturing, for materials characterizations. For shared computing, we have another excellent example, that's LONI, Louisiana Optical Network Infrastructure. And shared data and library services, again, these would be very expensive for individual institutions to maintain, but collectively, the concept of One Louisiana allows us to build this building blocks for our entire institutions. So once you have the tools, people, and ideas will come next, and ideas would be to build the networks of excellence. These would be to invest in areas that we have strength, energy, materials and manufacturing, environmental solutions, bio, and cross-cutting with all of these happens to be computational sciences, cyber infrastructures, and importantly, workforce development. Once we have the people, tools, and ideas together, the next layer is innovation and incubation in these particular areas, from clean energy to manufacturing to cyber security, coastal, bio, and having ag and resilient infrastructure and recovery. All of these put together will work with industry, will create an ecosystem that will push the state to the next level of collaboration and having STEM workforce development. So these folks will hire our students, and our students will be the best alumni. Those are elements that would enable us to retain the very skilled workforce and also top-notch faculty in the state. So there is a 14-page document that describes all these together with all the strategies. We'll provide you with those, and in January we'll come before you for approval of this. The 2010, the very first S&T plan that we brought to the board was unanimously approved. We're hoping that this January you will see the depth and the breadth of this that helps all of our institutions, and upon your approval, we'll deploy these for federal competitions. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer. Thank you.
All right, our final agenda item again is for information only. It's an update on our annual LaSTEM Summit that was held in October 2023 in Lafayette. And I would like to introduce Dr. Clint Coleman, who is our LaSTEM Program Administrator, to provide this update.
Thank you, everyone. So just as a reminder, LaSTEM is our statewide initiative that was passed in 2017 by Act 392 that connects education and workforce opportunities through STEM into the communities. We like to say pre-K through gray. We look at everybody and try to find solutions for them to get back into the pipeline and find those careers that they're looking for. We do that through our 9 regional centers. So goals of the summit that we held this year is bringing together regional centers, education and workforce partners, as well as our community groups to promote the awareness of STEM opportunities directly connected to Louisiana jobs. As a reminder, the previous summit, since we came into fruition, were held at Pennington and then Raising Cane's down the road here. Virtual for COVID for a couple years and then back to Raising Cane's. But what I'm really excited about is as we started coming out of COVID, we started growing. We've seen this initiative growing, more people being excited about it, and we were able to increase the capacity to the Cajun Dome this year. So the theme for this year's was STEM Today, Success Tomorrow. Our keynote was Mr. Mark Perna. He is the author of a really wonderful book called Answering Why, Unleashing Passion, Purpose, and Performance in Younger Generations. He gave a great breakout and a great keynote in, how do we actually connect to those students? How do we actually get them to understand the why of what we're having them do? Our attendance was record-breaking this year in every single category. We had 746 attendees registered. Last year we had about 650 some. 45 breakout sessions and 61 exhibitors that were in what we now call the playground, which is our exhibit area. This is where we also had some mobile units, where we had some of our universities have mobile STEM units came in and showcased them, as well as we had some scrimmages in esports and FIRST and VEX robotics tournaments happening. This year I'm very proud to say we had 7 sponsors that provided $22,000 in sponsorship support. And we had over 85% of the attendees rate the summit as excellent or good. And we had over 125 actually respond to the survey. So, for those of you who've done surveys in the past, that's a heck of a response rate, and we're really excited about that as well. So our summit sponsors this year, we had Boeing, which has been a great sponsor of LaSTEM since the beginning. We had BASF and Learning Blade, as well as our STEM supporters. Each of those 3 and STEM advocates gave $5,000 or above. STEM supporters gave anything below $5,000, and this was the Moreau Foundation over in St. Bernard Parish, ExxonMobil, Rec Foundation, which supports VEX Robotics, and Central Creativity, which is our vendor partner for a lot of our summer camps and other activities we do here in our 9 regional centers. So some pictures of this year's event. You can see a lot of action, a lot of excitement happening here. Attendees did report back that this is one of the more exciting summits that they've been to. They really like the hands-on component to it, really like the connection to the workforce opportunities as well. And so I just want to leave you with the opportunity to join us next year back in the Cajun Dome, October 8th, 2024. And I'd also like to pay special thanks to the RSI team and the other members of the Board of Regents that came out and supported this work. It's a lot of effort to put this show on the road, and to take it all the way to Lafayette was a big task, and I'd like to thank them as well.
And just so you're aware, you have a copy of the program for this past year's STEM Summit, as well as the book by Mr. Perna at your seats.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman, for your presentation and for all the good work that you're doing. Are there any questions?
We are actively looking at that for for 2025. We're looking at Shreveport as well as the Ruston area for our next summit. Absolutely, thank you. All right, we'll make it happen.
Then we can lean heavily on you, right, sir?
Yes, sir.
Create a new level of
Are there any other questions? Thank you all for your presentation. Is there any other business to come before the committee? Hearing none, committee members, is there a motion to adjourn?
Madam Chair, motion, we adjourn.
We've motioned by Regent Aubrey. Is there a second? Seconded by Regent Solomon. Any discussion? Any questions? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. This committee is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are going to jump now into facilities and property. So, Regent Levy, can you please call your committee to order, sir?
Yes, sir. Chair Levy, Vice Chair Weil, Regent Creed, Regent Ewing, Regent Meir,
Present.
Regent Pryor, Regent Gill, LCTC representative, LSU representative, SU representative, and UL representative. We have a quorum. Yes, sir. This project, as a little background, was originally approved a while back under the provisions of the small capital project policy, which are projects with a construction cost under $1 million. The project went to Architect Selection Board. Once the designers got into it, they realized that to build the facility that Delgado was looking for, the cost was going to be around $1.3 million. Again, 959 projects allow institutions to pursue projects outside of capital outlay that are up to $10 million as long as there's no state dollars involved. So we have to come back to formally approve this as a 959 project to allow this to go to construction. The project itself is a new deckhand training facility excuse me, at the New Orleans East Maritime and Industrial Training Facility. This facility has been providing maritime and industrial firefighting training for over 20 years, and this is an expansion of the current activities going on there. This project's essentially a two-story building comprising educational space as well as staging areas and a mock bridge and command center over the barge area, mock barge, I'm sorry. The new cost is, like I said, is $1.3 million. They're funding it with the original $800,000 grant from the U.S. Economic Development Administration, and then Delgado is contributing the other $500,000 from their building use fees. Again, this will allow them to expand the current maritime offerings that they have ongoing at the campus now. I'd be happy to answer any questions. If not, we recommend approval of the 959 project to expand the existing maritime and industrial training facility on the New Orleans East campus.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there any questions or discussions? Is there a motion to approve? Do you have a second? Second. Is there any further questions or discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Is there any other business to come before this committee?
No, sir.
Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Unanimous, apparently. Thank you. We are adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank y'all. That was nice and crisp. All right, so next up, Academic and Student Affairs Committee. Regent David, please call your committee to order, sir.
Yes, sir. Regent David.
Here.
Regent Finley.
Here.
Regent Creed.
Here.
Regent Meir.
Present.
Regent Solomon.
Here.
Regent Sterling. Regent Gill.
Here.
LCTCS representative, LSU representative, Southern representative, UL system representative. You have a quorum, sir. Thank you. Yes, so today on the consent agenda, we have a routine set of staff approvals. Those include a request to terminate a certificate of applied science in pharmacy tech at LSUA due to low enrollment in that program, several name and title changes, and a request to establish an undergraduate certificate in sports coaching at Louisiana Tech. So senior staff recommends the approval of those consent items.
All right, committee members, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion from our committee to approve the item on the consent agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Regent Finley, and second by, Second. Gill. Any further discussion or questions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. The motion passes. Thank you. Now moving to item number 4, academic program. Dr. Dillon.
Thank you very much. Yes, I have two programs today. The first is an AAS in cybersecurity at Fletcher, and then the second an AAS in graphic and web design at SUSLA, Southern University in Shreveport. So the first in cybersecurity. So I think we've discussed many times the need for the state's expansion in cyber capacity. So that really has been championed by the Louisiana Cybersecurity Talent Initiative Fund and the Education Management Council. And so together, those bodies have really been trying to find ways to support institutions in creating new cybersecurity programs. Very excited about this new opportunity. So this will be the second AAS degree that we have in cybersecurity. Of course, the first is up in Bossier at BESE, and so this is then a sister program proposed at Fletcher. They similarly have as part of the structure of this degree partnerships with General Dynamics and other prominent cybersecurity employers. And so, just as in many ways foreseeing an item which is to come in the next piece, they have aligned their degree to align with the new universal transfer pathways, and cybersecurity is one of those pathways. So when the moment comes, I will certainly recommend approval of that program. The second program is an AAS degree in graphic and web design at Southern University Shreveport. So they've had an existing certificate in web development for some time, and so again, one of the things that we really like campuses to do is to take those certificates and gradually expand them out to be full-blown degrees. This is exactly what's happening here. They have that certificate program which has been very successful. They're expanding that out now to be a full-blown AAS degree, really allowing that kind of that stacking of credentials, stacking of industry-based certifications along the way. This AAS degree exactly does that. It has a whole bunch of industry-recognized certifications that are part and parcel of that program, and they also have arrangements with baccalaureate degrees to allow students to be able to transfer into that. They also have partnered with the city of Shreveport, so SUSLA has created what's called the Empowering People in Careers Center, the EPIC Center in downtown Shreveport, and this program will be housed there, just as many other of SUSLA's workforce programs, and that center will have a new TV production and graphic design studio within it, and so this new program really dovetails perfectly with the capacities of that program. So, senior staff recommend the approval of these academic programs as presented.
Thank you, Dr. Dillon. We all know that those positions are highly
Very much.
If you heard the recommendation, members, is there a motion to approve? Regent Creed, a second?
I'll second.
Regent Meir on that. Any further discussion or questions?
I had a comment I want to make. I see in the crowd who's driven down from Shreveport, a Fred Moss from SUSLA has made the drive. He is the assistant professor of speech and theater, a professor of journalism, and professor of IT at SUSLA. He's a jack of all trades. I've known him since childhood, middle school, high school, fraternity, and I wanted to mention that he came down from Shreveport for this meeting, and thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate all of his hard work in putting this program together. This is a terrific program. Thanks for
Regent David, I'm not going to let my fellow colleague be the only one to acknowledge Fred. I mean, I've known him as well, maybe not since childhood, but he worked with my wife, Millicent, at the TV station as well, and we have a long history. They're doing some phenomenal work. I think it would behoove, I served on the search committee for the new chancellor at Southern University at Shreveport about a year ago. And they have a young, dynamic leader there. Dr. Reed, I think it would behoove us at some point to certainly meet her. I think you will be very proud of what she's doing and knowing what Fred, being the faculty senate leader for that campus as well, and what they're doing, some phenomenal work. It oftentimes doesn't get noticed outside in that metro market, but I mean, they're doing Sussler Sundays, going into the church, going back to the basics, you know, getting out in the community. They signed a articulation agreement for their engineering program. They have an associate degree program where they're now aligning with the four-year institution, the region, the LSU. Yesterday, President Gallo visited over at Southern Shreveport, and they signed an agreement to move to the engineering technology program at Grambling. So I want to underscore and highlight just some of the phenomenal work, what it means when we go get best and brightest, and definitely bring them back home. Dr. Aubrey Gantz doing a phenomenal work in her first year as leader in the institution. And I do want to echo, while not on this particular committee, but I think this is an excellent program that will move from that certificate to the AAS degree.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's really emblematic of the kinds of things we're trying to build, these sort of stackable ideas that can begin with a short-term certificate and then flow all the way through. I think it's a great example, so thank you.
Thank you. We're already looking forward to meeting us and Regent Pryor. And we have a motion and a second. And Professor Malton is doing really good about this. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? All right, the motion passes.
Congratulations.
Okay, next item of consideration is noteworthy members, because this is the work that contributes to the pathway to 2030 and achieving our audacious attainment goals. Dr. Dinley, please tell them about the great work you and your staff are doing.
No, thank you. Yes. So really, this item is, I think, the work of literally hundreds, and maybe even getting towards 1,000 people. So first of all, telling the story about transfer, and I kind of want to begin to make sure that we know the building blocks that we're putting all of this on. That it's back, it's back at the beginning of the 2000s when the idea of transfer articulations and the transfer matrix was first begun to put in place here in Louisiana. It is this year where I was finally able to come to you and say, we are now done with Gen Ed. It is the case in our state that any student, any of our public institutions takes any course that is part of our general education, then it is completely and seamlessly portable. You go to any other institution, if they teach that course, they get credit for that course. If they don't teach that course, then they at least get that many student credit hours as part of that part of the general education. So my example is always, if somebody moves college algebra from one school to another, then college algebra transfers to college algebra. If they took introduction to poetry over here and they transfer to a school that doesn't have introduction to poetry, well, then they get 3 hours of humanities credit towards their overall general education. So from a general education perspective, we are done. Now, reality is, well, and I do want to give a huge shout out to Lupe La Madrid and others in my team who have done the incredibly detailed and patient work of making that, and of course in tremendous partnership with all of the four system CAOs and all of the CAOs across the state, because the reality is that was an enormous undertaking. We will still have to tend and water it, but it is done. So now to move forward, we want to talk about these universal transfer pathways. Universal transfer pathways were part of legislative action back in the 2022 legislative session. Many thanks to Senator Fields, who was the champion behind this legislation, to create and build on what we were doing in general education to now say, okay, when students transfer from one institution to another and they are pursuing a business degree or psychology degree or any of the most popular degrees in the state, can we make it so that, yes, the gen ed transfers, but can we make it so that the major specific courses transfer as well, so that that way students can be guaranteed that the courses that they take will not only transfer but actually count towards the degree. And so that's what we've been working on this last year, working on creating these curricula of their 60-hour curricula, and so they sure enough allow a student to earn an associate degree. That may well be the Louisiana Transfer Associate's degree on some campus. That will be an associate's degree they already have on their books. They will adjust the curriculum appropriately. But they are 60-hour curricula. But over and above the gen ed, there are also 21 units of major specific requirements. And those courses, too, will seamlessly transfer to any four-year institution that offers that particular degree. And I want to give a huge shout-out to the faculty who were involved in this work, because there is no fine print. It's not like there's a sort of an except on a Wednesday provision or, only like this. No, there are no fine print here. It is the case that these courses will all transfer seamlessly. They do not guarantee admission to the program. Some of the programs that are on this list are selected programs, and of course students will have to compete for those places, but if you're admitted, then the courses will transfer. You can see here are the 24 pathways that we built this first time around. So you can see that they are in the most populous majors across the state, everything from engineering to nursing to criminal justice, and you can see cybersecurity is there. I want to give a huge shout out to the cybersecurity faculty. When they found out we were doing this, they said, we want to be first. And so they were actually the first to put their pathway together. So a huge thank you to that. And of course, I want to give an enormous thank you to all of those who were part of putting this together. There's almost 300 faculty who were very quietly and patiently had to work with one another to be able to figure out exactly how do you put these pathways together. They all knew their own curricula. They didn't know each other's. And so how do you, in a very important and subtle way, see, well, how can I make this course fit here and this course fits there? Very important. And again, a huge thank you to the partnership of the State Articulation and Transfer Council and the system CAO leadership, because we could not in any way have done this work without all of those partners. So I'm very happy to recommend approval of the first 24 universal transfer pathways as presented.
Thank you, Dr. Denley. I know we've been talking before, we all heard about this the last year or so, we keep making more changes, but it's just amazing what I love for everyone at Regents on your staff who always stand up and do that. When you think about this is the same problem we all had when we were in college, some of us decades and decades ago, that it was just something that was never solved. And somehow it took us this long, but it took this team and 300 or so professors getting together to do it. And I'd like to thank Dr. Denley for all of his leadership here and getting into the minutia. And I really want to thank Dr. Reed for recruiting Dr. Denley here, and then enlisting Chair Collis Temple to woo him and seal the deal, because it's been because your leadership is greatly appreciated, and our students, starting with Sam right now and anybody else, hopefully Sam's not transferring, he's going to graduate from McNeese, but anyone who's going to transfer now knows with security they can go from LSU to UL to McNeese, and it's going to continue working. So thank you all for all of that. And I want to say this, members, you've heard the recommendation from senior staff. Is there a motion to approve? All right, I got Regent Creed, a second from Regent Gill. Any further discussion or questions?
I've got a question.
Yes, sir. Regent Solomon.
So now that this is in place, are there students that are already in process that somehow need to know this is available to them? Is there something that needs to retroactively happen to allow someone to restart their educational path and know that when they came from somewhere and where they're going to is connected? How do you actually like market or deploy this in a way that further drives attainment goal?
I mean, you're exactly right, that the next step of all of this is to get the word out, because I think the reality is there is enough skepticism out there to imagine it's not there. And so we have to overcome that and help people to know, no, actually, this is what it is. The way that all of you actually approved the policy work behind all this back in January, and the policy work that you approved means that people didn't have to be clairvoyant. All of this is grandfathered in. If someone already has the appropriate credits along the way, then once these pathways are in place, then they will be able to utilize them, and all that will be fine. It will take a little while for campuses to build up as you might imagine, the sort of the degree audit infrastructure and the behind the scenes things to make all of this happen seamlessly on a campus, and we expect that to be up and going by fall of 2024. But we've certainly asked campuses that if someone this spring walks in the door and says, look, I've got these courses, is that okay? That they would do what needs to be done to honor the pathways that you're putting in forward today. Yep.
Dr. Denley, is there a role for Regents as a navigator or the customer service department for a student that gets stuck? When they're talking to one school and they're saying the person in that office is saying is not aware of this or not trained on this yet. They're saying, but I know I'm able to do this. How do we help people in this transition period?
So again, we've talked about this a lot as part of the State Articulation and Transfer Council. This is an everyone kind of thing. I mean, the reality is everyone is behind this, but you're exactly right that it will be the case that there will be a department chair who didn't know about this, or a faculty member who didn't know about this, or someone who will come in 2 years from now and didn't realize that this had happened. And so it will take us on an ongoing basis to make sure that we're aware of those things, and as we find out about situations where things are not running the way that they should, that everyone can talk to everyone. Yes, of course, people can certainly talk to my office, and we'll be happy then to talk to the appropriate schools. But I know that I see Dr. Haggerty's back there, and I know Dr. O'Rourke was here a little earlier. Both have been, very good about this, to say, okay, look, if we find out about this, we will be happy to sort it out and make the conversations that need to happen. And so it will be an all hands on deck to make sure that we, I don't want to say police this, but police this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Any other questions or discussion? All right, hearing none, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. The motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Denley, for all your work on this.
Thank you.
Any other business to come before this committee?
No, sir.
Hearing none, is there a motion to adjourn? So move Regent Creed, and a second by?
Second.
Regent Meir. Any discussion or questions? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Nay. The motion passes. We are adjourned. Thank you, Dr. Denley.
Great job, Regent David. Thank you all.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Means a lot.
Now on the statewide programs committee meeting. Regent Meir, please call your committee to order, sir.
I'd like to call the statewide programs committee to order. As Dr. Boutte gets settled,
Get to the slide.
we'll get her to call the roll.
Here we go.
Thank you. Regent Meir,
Present.
Regent Pryor, Regent Aubrey,
Here.
Regent Ewing, Regent Finley. Here, but she's gone. She's gone. All right, Regent Weil.
Here.
And Regent Williams Brown. Here. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Dr. Boutte. First up is the consent agenda, item number 3. Please proceed.
Yes. Both of these consent agenda items deal with exceptions. The first agenda item A is the exception to remain continuously enrolled and to enroll in the required number of hours per year.
The second consent agenda item is the TOPS home study exceptions. That is legislatively approved, that you are able to grant exceptions to students that have not remained, have not been able to start a home study program before the 11th grade. So in other words, they may have started partially in the 11th grade or in the 12th grade. Before, we had to deny these students access to TOPS, and you now have the ability to grant these exceptions. The LOSFA Advisory Board has reviewed all of these exceptions, and they recommend your approval.
Members, are there any questions?
I'd like to hear,
How
I'd like
many-
to hear it one more time about the, what does it do? If you, what'd you say, the example you gave about the exception?
Which ones? The
Home
first
study.
or both? The home study?
Home studies? you
Okay,
get
sure, I can
TOPS.
give you an example about that. We've had students, for example, the requirement in the law is that you are in home study for all of your 11th grade and all of your 12th grade year. So,
To be TOPS eligible?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. So let's say you had a student who was ill. This is an actual case. We had a student who was ill and was diagnosed with cancer. That student could not remain in school. So let's say they were in the 11th grade, and this was mid-semester. So that student could not spend the entirety of the 11th grade and the 12th grade in home study because they just got in at mid-semester. Before the legislature gave you this authority, that student would have been denied TOPS. So students have been bullied, students have moved. Home study was the best place for them as a result. And fortunately, we were able to continue to bring these types of cases to the attention of the legislature, and they allowed the Board of Regents to make these exceptions. So those cases come to our staff, then they go to the LOSFA Advisory Board, and the LOSFA Advisory Board will then review them, make sure the evidence is there, and then recommend them to you for approval.
Regent Aubrey, you had a question?
Yeah, my question is regarding to the first one, for students to remain continuously enrolled.
Yes, sir.
Maybe my lobbyist hat, what is the fiscal impact of these items? About how many students, off a semester, or whatever the case may be, would this be impacting?
I would have to get you those statistics because they vary wildly. I can tell
Hundreds?
you that I wouldn't even want to do a ballpark because like this month we had none, and these that you're seeing, we had 14. So it varies, but I can get you the exact statistics and for what reasons we granted those exceptions.
Yeah, just trying to see. I guess it didn't. When you got $30 million unused in TOPS, it probably is not as big a
Okay.
deal, but I would like to know.
I can address that part because when a student is getting an exception, what you're doing is that student isn't being paid. So if they can't enroll for whatever reason, then you're not paying them. So it goes back to if you're not being enrolled, then you're not being paid. So then we're going to send that student a notice. So let's say they did not earn 24 hours during the year, or they did not maintain full-time enrollment, and their campus didn't say, oh, hey, this is a student in a nursing program in nursing clinicals. And in this particular curriculum, they are not taking 12 hours in the semester, but that's considered full-time. Those are not the students we're talking about. The campus is built for those students as program full-time. So these are students that things have happened that are not subjective. They are objective. One of the cases I've mentioned to this before is a student had ants that were about an inch long in the picture in their apartment, and it was riddled with them. She was she had to get out of the apartment because she could not live there with them. She did not live in commuting distance from her campus. She had to drop out. That's nowhere that is going to meet an objective circumstance. So the ones that come to you are, this has to be examined on a case-by-case basis, and if that exception is not approved for that student, then the impact fiscally is they're going to be canceled and we're not going to pay them anymore. So you're not losing money because we're not paying them. Now, hurricane exceptions might have a fiscal impact because those students got a buy and then they come back. But again, all of those ebbs and flows are generally accounted for in the model.
Okay.
What you're seeing with the 30 million is the largest classes are graduating from TOPS. These are the big generation classes. And the incoming freshmen have smaller high school graduating classes. So if you get the big population classes graduating and exiting TOPS, they've used up their 8 semesters. And the classes that you have coming in are smaller. And then on top of that, you put the nationwide trend that says college enrollment is down nationwide. The best resource for that is the National Student Clearinghouse. Just did a trends in college enrollment. It is shocking how many students are opting out and sitting out, and who is not sitting out and coming in. So that is where you're seeing the money for those various reasons. So it wouldn't be, I wouldn't say that this is the major cause of returning money back.
Okay, one more question. Sure. With regard to the continuously enrolled, if a student is enrolled in pre-nursing and the institution where they are do not have enough clinical slots available, while they may have all the requisite requirements, but they do not meet and they may have a semester, they may not be able to get into the clinical phase, the third year until the next year. So they have to sit out a semester or take some
that would come
non-germane
to
courses?
you. That would be an
This
example.
is what that would be
Yes,
applicable
of a
to.
course, because that student would have to, we would look for verification from the school to say, okay, there isn't anything else that that student would take. So why would we be making that student go and take basket weaving when they didn't need that? So
Right.
they've completed all their prerequisites. The school would verify this is when this next course starts. The student is scheduled to enroll, and we would then do that exception. Many of those will come to us before the system's even canceled that student. So there are students here that already know, I'm gonna do an internship, or this is going to happen. I'm not gonna wait for LOSFA to send me a cancellation letter. I'm going to submit my evidence and move it on through. They are generally quite proactive. So yes, that would be an example of one that would come to you.
All right. Based on the testimony and the staff recommendation, Mr. Chairman, I so recommend that we approve the 2 items on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Regent Aubrey. Can I get a second? Second. Get a second? Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Ayes have it. Is there any other business to come before the committee?
No, sir.
Hearing none, can I get a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Motion and second.
And I would just like to take a point of personal privilege, if I may, to thank Regent Ewing for his service to LOSFA, to the Board of Regents, but particularly with respect to LOSFA programs. If I, kind of go in the mind of the Hamilton play, he was in the room when it happened.
Yes.
And so when someone's in the room when it happens and someone knows the original intent of the legislation, then they view it through a different lens. And we are grateful, sir, to all of your sage advice and wisdom over the years. And I echo Regent Temple. I think whoever it says is, we want to be like you when we grow up.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. Now on to the Planning, Research, and Performance Committee meeting. Regent Williams-Brown, can you please call your committee to order, ma'am?
Thank you. I'd like to call the Planning, Research, and Performance Committee to order. Dr. Craig, will you call the roll?
Yes, ma'am. Regent Williams-Brown.
Here.
Regent Pryor. Here. Regent Creed. Here. Regent Finley. Regent Sterling. Regent Weil. Regent Gill. Ma'am, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Our first item is number 3, the consent agenda. Dr. Craig, please proceed.
Sure. Before I would do that, I'd like to provide a little bit of context around proprietary schools. Usually, I come up here with Ms. Britton, and we briefly, really fast go through these consent agenda items on proprietary schools. But I wanted to take a moment to just talk to you about our statutory authority to actually license these proprietary schools and just provide you with a little bit of information this morning. Up until 1998, the Board of Elementary and Secondary Education and the Louisiana Department of Education had the authority to license proprietary schools. But in 1998, it was Act 151 of the first extraordinary session of 1998, actually transferred all power from not only BESE, the Department of Education, and the Superintendent of Education, but passed that power of authority to the Louisiana Board of Regents and the Commissioner of Higher Education. And so we operate from a very, Ms. Britton, I think, a very prescriptive proprietary schools law about the procedures that we have in place for those proprietary schools that come before you have not only been vetted by staff, but then vetted by the Proprietary Schools Advisory Commission before we ever bring these to you here at the regular board meeting. So everything brought to you has already been vetted through this fairly extensive process. So on the consent agenda this morning, we have two renewal applications. Now, the first on the consent agenda are our academic licensure. We call these our Act 129 schools. Again, this is statutorily mandated that we license these academic degree granting schools. We have two before you today. We've got Bard Early College in New Orleans. This is an early college academy. They have about 131 students, primarily working towards an associate degree while they're still taking high school courses. The second institution before you today is Teachers College of Columbia University. This is primarily a graduate program in New Orleans. They have a summer principals academy in the New Orleans area. And at this point in time, they have 65 students in their summer program. The second item on our consent agenda are 29 renewal applications for proprietary schools. You can see the listing of all 29 of those in your agenda. The third item that we have up for consideration today on our consent agenda is the approval of payment from the Student Protection Fund. And this is regarding advanced welding school students. We've talked to you about advanced welding before. This is a school that has closed, but Ms. Britton is going to provide you with a few more details about this, not only the Student Protection Fund, but what we're asking for approval. Ms. Britton?
Absolutely, thank you. So Advanced Welding School was located in Walker, Louisiana, and closed on November 30th, 2022. This was an unplanned closure, and therefore there were several students who were left behind in various states of incomplete programs. There were 29 students that the staff contacted, and of those 29 students, there were 6 who decided to submit request for tuition reimbursement. That is allowed for in the law under the Student Protection Fund that was created in the, as Dr. Craig said, very prescriptive proprietary school law. This allows for them to submit within a year of closure for their tuition reimbursement. We have reviewed those initially with staff. We still have some financial review and legal review just to make sure we have everything gone through. We also have a $10,000 surety bond each school is required to have, so we will be submitting that, and that will be added to the Student Protection Fund prior to reimbursement to these students. This total for the 6 claims requested was $127,821.84. This amount could go lower after final review. We do find sometimes students are overzealous in their amount requested. The current amount in the Student Protection Fund is $1,123,211.20. So even after payment, we will still have over $1 million in this account. which would mean that we would still not require renewal fees from existing schools to pad this account. Once this board approves that payment, we'll finish the reviews, and then in the next 4 to 8 weeks, depending on when we get the bond, we will issue payment to students.
And just to add, this fund resides at the Treasury.
Correct.
Yes. So it's not a fund that's here at our agency. It resides in the Department of the Treasury and was created for this very purpose. Are there any questions?
Thank you.
I had a question about at A, it said Teachers College of Columbia University.
Yes, that's Columbia University in New York.
Okay.
So it's
That's what I was making sure. I mean, I was kind of shocked.
shocked. What are you shocked about?
They have a little adjunct school in New Orleans?
For a very long time. They've, in fact, the Teachers College has had this summer principals academy in New Orleans for many, many years, even when back when I used to work at the Louisiana Department of Education in the mid-2000s, for sure.
I didn't know that. I wish
Yeah.
they would.
And they and then
advertise
you license them to operate here.
That's great. Didn't know they may need to, as Mr. Aubrey says, advertise over IT.
That's right.
Um,
They need to advertise over I-10, up above I-10.
No, that all comes through self-generated fees from the schools. So when this fund was created, I'm assuming the fund was created in 1972 when the law was originally created. Each initial applicant must pay $1,000, and that is steady. And then each renewal applicant had to pay a sliding scale based on their gross tuition until the fund reached $800,000. At that time, we simply applied the initial application fee.
So senior staff recommends approval of the items on the consent agenda.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Second. Any discussion? Any questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Is there any other business to come before the committee?
No, ma'am.
Hearing none, is there a motion to adjourn? A second?
Second.
Any discussion, any questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion passes, we are adjourned.
Thank you so much, Regent Williams-Brown. We are making great progress. Only 10 minutes behind, so making it up. So next is the Finance Committee. Regent Solomon, please call your committee to order, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to call the Finance Committee meeting to order. Matthew, will you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Regent Solomon?
Here.
Regent Seal?
Here.
Regent Creed? Here. Regent David? Here. Regent Leaving? Here. Regent May? Regent Williams-Brown?
Here.
LCTC representative? LSU representative? Southern representative? UL representative? You have a quorum.
Awesome. Thank you, Matthew. Members, we put this agenda item on because every 5 years, the Board of Regents, in coordination with the management boards and their designees, undertake a funding formula review. And that process begins again in the new year. The Constitution gives the Board of Regents the power to, quote, formulate and make timely revision of a master plan for post-secondary education. At a minimum, the plan shall include a formula for equitable distribution of funds to the institutions of post-secondary education, close quote. So while this current formula is aligned to our master plan, the review process will again assess the current model's impact and compare it against other models nationwide to identify suggestions for improvement. In our September meeting, Regent Aubrey asked for an outline of the process when this was mentioned a few months ago. And in as much as this was coming up soon, we thought it was prudent to walk this board through the process for that review before the commissioner and system presidents review the process and move this work forward early in the new year. Please note that this 5-year review will take place in this winter and spring, and any of the changes that we make will be implemented for the fiscal year 26 funding allocation. So Matthew has included in your binders an informational packet that's been created that Matthew will now walk us through. I encourage you to ask all questions about the challenge of the funding formula, its constitutional or statutory authority, the process by which we'll review it, ensure that this board is very comfortable with how we're approaching this work, and as much as it's one of the most important things I think that we do for our constitutional authority. Matthew, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you, Regent Solomon. The current model that we have was created through Act 462 of 2014 that led to regents and the systems meeting over the course of meetings into the teens from July through December of 2015 to put together a model that this board approved in December 2015 for implementation for fiscal year 17. Once this board approved the attainment goal and master plan, regents again worked with the systems to align the model to the master plan, and so that was over the course of March of 2019 all the way through February of 2020. And so when we left that 2020 agreement, it was agreed upon that we would review the model after 5 years at the system's request to, number one, keep the current model in place so that there would be no changes in it so the institutions could adapt to it, and then have a full-scale review to look at any unforeseen circumstances or where we are in higher education at that time. So in preparation for that, which will be FY26, we wanted to start the process now, have it start in February, have it approved by this board in June, and then that will give us a year to communicate this whole process to the institutions, any changes that are approved, in any changes to the model. As Regent Solomon mentioned, there are, as you go through this process, there are challenges that occur. Number one being, this is not an appropriation model, this is an allocation model. So we're limited to what the legislature, the governor recommends and the legislature appropriates to us, and we have to find the best way to allocate those funds to the institutions. The second part of that is determining the proper incentives to reward the institutions to make progress. And the third being, those incentives have to be enough to reward the institutions to continue to move towards the master plan goal. So we have to take all those things into account as we take on this process. It will be a very collaborative process. We're recommending each system have 3 representatives, so we'll have a total of 12 system representatives from LSU, Southern, LCTCS, and the UL system, and then there'll be 3 Regent staff members on it, myself, Dr. Denley, and Elizabeth Bentley-Smith. This is something where we will engage national experts just to provide us with information on research, and as well as compare ourselves to other states and suggestions about what other states are doing well in their models. And so this will be a step-by-step process as we go through. We plan to meet with, have other states talk to us to share what they're doing, and then review each part of the model and make recommendations to improve it before we have a total system, total set of recommendations to bring before the commissioner and the system presidents, and ultimately to y'all to make those final decisions. So that's kind of the nutshell of what we're recommending. It's always a very, it's not a long process, but it's a very in-depth process as we do review every piece of the model and take information from the systems from their feedback.
Matthew, thank you very much. Members, again, you have in your packets here, what is, I think, a 7 or 8 page description of this process and the underlying formula structure. Do you have any questions for Matthew? Regent Seal.
It's been my experience that the allocation shows up on our agenda to vote on it once every single part of it has been promulgated and agreed upon, and our role is to simply approve it or not. What I'm wondering is, at the university level, is there a place for individual universities to dispute or argue for a different allocation even within the basis of the criteria that are there? Or is this simply handed to them as a result of some staff process?
So the way this currently works, so we meet with the systems, and it's up to the systems to push that information out regarding the formula. But the systems do have authority that was passed it was joint legislation for the formula, and then providing authority to the systems to reallocate up to 5% of the total system allocation within their institution. So there's been instances in the past where the system gets their total amount. As a system, they will decide how much they want to provide to their institutions, and then we get that back to move towards the appropriation letter process. As far as institutional comments, one of the things that we will include in this review process is one of the members of the work group, we're asking each system president to nominate a person from one of their campuses within the system to serve on the work group, so that we do have institutional knowledge in there as well.
So let me add to that, because it's a great question, Regent Seal. So we count on a process that is collaborative, and through this process we want to make sure we're communicating to the systems and institutions that if you are representing your system or institution, please share it with all so that we benefit from the feedback from everyone. Because I think your question is an important one. How do we ensure that institutional voices are heard in a process that's system driven? And how do we make sure that the systems and whatever institutional representative is sent forward is indeed communicating with others? And so that will be a responsibility for us and them, a shared responsibility to say, okay, as Matthew has identified here, as the task force has ideas, models will be run and pushed out pre-meeting so that people can come to the meeting and discuss those models. So it will be on us to ask, and for the systems and institutions to tell us, have you shared it beyond your system? And if so, what was the feedback? So we need to be intentional about asking about that because your point is a very important one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Seal. Any other questions?
No, you.
I had a discussion a couple of years ago, and I think Mr. Solomon was involved, about the possibility of having categories of funding. We had a situation in which there was about $10 million allocated, and one university got half of it because they had, and I'm proud for them, they had done some research that got them a grant and got them a position, but that didn't leave much money on the table for everybody else, for all the other universities in that system. Has there been any thought about having categories for funding that have to do with research as opposed to normal operations that reflect graduation levels, all those kind of things that we try to grade the university by?
Matthew, let me start with this one, and then I'm going to pass it back to you. I think there is a misnomer out there about this funding formula that I want to clarify, and it's on page 3, is that the funding is initially split between aggregating the costs associated with each institution type and then dividing that over the total. And so what I've heard a lot of people, and this is I think in part what you're going to, Regent Ewing, I'll let Matthew go deeper, I've heard some folks over the years say, is it right to have the community and technical colleges lumped in the same system with something like a flagship that's got a lot of research component to it? And aren't we comparing apples and oranges and trying to put them all into the same model? And what we've tried to do in this document here is show you that the 2-year institutions and the 4-year institutions have specific outcomes and specific cost components to them that are unique to those types of institutions, at least at the start. And Matthew, I'll let you go a little bit deeper on that, but I wanted to just highlight that for you because I think it's something that has been misunderstood at times.
Yes, sir. And Regent Ewing, so yes, that will be something that's looked at. We are, as this process goes along, there's states that do have that. Tennessee in particular has it split out by research, regionals, 2 years, so and statewide institutions. So they have a process already in their formula that is something that we'll definitely look at to see, is that something we can replicate here or include. To Regent Solomon's point, yes, the 2 years and the 4 years do not compete against each other in this formula. We start from the beginning of separating those two, and they compete against themselves within the appropriation that's made to us to allocate funds. So we never have a flagship competing against a technical college or anything like that. It's 4 years versus 4 years, 2 years against 2 years, with specific metrics for each.
So Matthew, how does the Regents apply that when you have a 2-year institution in the Southern and the LSU system as well, and not in the LCTCS system? I do know a lot of the federal dollars, they are applied according to enrollment and things of that nature. But if a system has the ability to make that flexibility within its own system allocation, but they have a 2-year institution there, how do we make sure and ensure that they are not negatively impacted by that piece that deals with research?
So for those instances, for those two systems, the same law applies to them. That if, let's say they got more money in their 4 years than they do for their 2 years, they can still move those funds around within the system as they see fit. So just because they're in separate sectors doesn't mean they can't reallocate funds within those sectors. So for Southern, if they want to move more money to Southern Shreveport, or they can do that because it's within their system allocation. Same for LSU. And then the UL and LCTCS systems, they're within those two separate things, so they can continue to move money.
So the system does have the ability to move the money that could impact the 2-year institutions, particularly those two campuses.
Yes, sir, they could, up to 5%.
So that's different than, anyway. My question is, will the regents and staff look to address the issue caused, and about a couple of instances where we don't audit the research component. We only look at what is reported to what the campuses report to federal agencies as what the research funding has been received. And while the federal government may audit those numbers, it may be a year or so later where they reconcile it, but those campuses would have already received the benefit by stating that they have more research dollars than are actually reconciled during that audit process. How do we address those issues that has caused some of the even intrasystem conflict that we have as it pertains to the funding?
Yep, and that was something that was brought up in 2019 when we went through the last review. There was a discussion of how do we count research. And one of the things we went through is, well, one of the proposals put forth at the time was, well, we'll just include what you budget for research within the forms you send to us, because that's something that we can clearly look at. That was something that, as it worked through the process, the group wanted to stay with what's reported to NSF. That's always been, the other piece of that is their research expenditures, all their expenditures are audited by the legislative auditor as well. So there's reporting and audits on every side of this that we can't go through every research expenditure, but I think there's enough safeguards in place. But again, as we go through this process, suggestions and recommendations will be looked at for this.
But you understand the issue that caused this problem was there was a campus in a system that reported a 30 to 40% increase year over year for research. And so it impacted the formula. It drove in that system to get them far more money than they got the prior year. By the time it got to you and through that whole process of reporting to NSF, then it created conflict. So as we go through this, that's where my antenna is going to be coming up. While you don't have the capacity maybe to audit, but we should look for when those institutions, when it stand out, they should be required to provide data to validate how do you have a 40% increase year over year in research dollars if we have not made any, if you got that much, even as a research one institution, in this particular system, they don't have a med school, it wasn't COVID year, where are those awards coming from the federal government? It's going to show those millions of new dollars. So I just wanted to call that. I mean, I hear it when I'm out there on the campus. So.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Regent Aubrey. Any other questions, members of this committee or otherwise? Commissioner?
Just one point of clarification. I appreciate Matthew pointing out it's an allocation model, and Regent Aubrey asking about, and Regent Ewing and others about the competition. So it is true that in a competitive environment, we are working hard to get more funding. And to the extent that we don't have adequate operating dollars, institutions do end up trying to compete against each other for these dollars. I want to make sure we're clear. The formula differentiates between 2-year and 4-year institutions. But the state budget itself is where we have to have significant resource so that institutions have the dollars that they need. So I want to make sure we put an exclamation point on the fact that this is not an appropriating model, it's an allocation model to distribute what we receive. So we'll have to continue to make the case for adequate funding for these institutions so that there are dollars to support the critical work that they do in workforce development, in research, in student support, et cetera. So it's very important. I also want to thank the team for doing some pretty significant work to try to make sure that we have clear information moving forward. And we welcome, and I know Regent Solomon will say this as well, welcome all that you're hearing and any feedback that you have, so that when we start this process in February, we have all of those critical questions on the table to analyze and discuss so that we have a robust process.
Let me just comment as a non-committee member. I think it'd be helpful, and Matthew's always very helpful, to maybe offer before an upcoming meeting an hour or so. Matthew could really take us down and maybe even walk us through what the previous allocation looked like and what were the, just so like board development, so that we come to this with a much richer and deeper understanding going forward.
Absolutely, Regent Sterling. Are there any other questions or comments? All right, well, hearing none, Matthew, thank you very much. Again, board members, this was for informational purposes only. You'll hear more about this and be part of this process, as will our system counterparts, and this does not require any action right now. Is there any other business to come before the Finance Committee? Hearing none, is there a motion to adjourn this committee? I heard a second from Creed, and where was my first? I didn't hear who it was. Regent David. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Well, thank you. We are adjourned.
Thank you. Great job. So now on to the nominating committee. Regent David, please call your next committee to order, sir.
Happy to call the nominating committee to order.
Yes, sir. Regent David? Regent Levy? Regent Meir?
Present.
Regent Wild?
Here.
Regent Williams Brown?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Okay, we'll move to item number 3, discuss the nomination of board officers for 2024. So this is the chair, vice chair, and secretary. At the region meeting in October, Chair Temple appointed the following regents to serve on the nominating committee and the new chair. As you just heard, Regent Lee, Regent Mayor, Regent Wild, and Regent Williams Brown. And the nominating committee, the answer made the following recommendations for 2024 to have the unseat Regent Chair Temple. To nominate chair, as chair, Gary Solomon Jr., as vice chair, Jay Siegel, and as secretary, Karen Moore. Well, I always say Moore, but I should do that. So, members, you've heard the recommendations from the nominating committee. Is there a motion to accept this slate nominations for 2024? Absolutely. Chair Temple, and a second from Regent Wild. Actually, you know what? I think I need a motion from Regent Wild and a second from Regent Williams Brown. Any further discussions or questions? Everyone's quiet here. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. The motion passes. Congratulations to our 2024. We're going to swear y'all in January. Thank y'all for your commitment, because I know it's a significant time. We also, moving to item 4, have nominations for the 4 non-officer members to serve on the executive committee for 2024. And I want to take a moment to say it's always interesting to see what other people think about these. Because unless you're here living, unless you're in staff or one of us board members who are able to observe it firsthand, you don't realize what goes in making higher education in Louisiana work. And for those of us who've been here for a while, I've been here about 8 years now, the transition we've seen in the last 8 years is like to solving problems. And there's always going to be people who have a solution in search of a problem. But that's not what we do. We find the problems that we solve. And I think anyone we talk to, I remember when I was first on this board, a sitting senator coming and saying that they wanted to get rid of the Board of Regents, and that person last year was applauding us for all the great work we're doing. So once people know what we do and understand how integral the staff is, Commissioner Reed, and our lowly position as board members to help oversight and promote, they understand how important it is. It's our job, I think, as board members. We don't do a whole lot day to day. We're out in the trenches working like Commissioner Reed and her amazing team and Matthew and everybody else. But it's our job to make sure we reach out to the legislators we know, to the incoming administration, to continue all the great work we've been doing for the last few years and we'll continue in the future for our students. So we had all that in mind when we were putting together a slate of nominees for the executive committee, and we thought, due to the relationship and everything else, Regent Temple, Regent Sterling, Regent May, and then against my better judgment, it was suggested that I was going to get on the executive committee. So that was the slate that we recommended by our nominating committee. Is there a motion to approve the nomination of the non-officer members to serve on the EC for 2024? And I have Regent Williams Brown and second Regent Creed. Any discussion or questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. The motion passes. Thank you and congratulations to all. I doubt there's any more other business comments here. I don't think so. Motion to adjourn. Moved, William Brown. Second by Rick Wild. Any opposition here? None. This committee is adjourned. Back to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are almost there, you all. So I want to call to order our December Board of Regents meeting all together now. So that was committee. Now we're on to the overall meeting. So this will be a fast meeting. I'm just letting y'all know that. So we will now move to roll call. Ms. Doreen, can you please call the roll, ma'am?
Regent Creed. Regent David. Regent Ewing. Regent Finley. Regent Gill. Regent Levy. Regent May. Regent Meir.
Present.
Regent Pryor. Regent Seal.
Here.
Regent Solomon.
Present.
Regent Sterling.
Here.
Regent Temple.
Here.
Regent Weil. Regent Williams Brown.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, thank you. So next up, public comments. Hearing none, we'll move on. Members, you've received a copy of the October 18th, 2023 meeting minutes. Do I have a motion to approve? Regent Weil, second. Regent Creed, thank you. That passes. All those signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Okay. Next, chair's comments. So let me go ahead and, we're already in December. 2023 is over with. Wow. 3 weeks left, right? So, that fast. Sam Gill is on his way out. Now, you all, obviously, I mean, haven't been here. Well, let me let him give his report first. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. No. I don't. Listen, it was tough for him watching that game last night.
I was cheering, and then I went. I would like to congratulate everyone on this board for scoring as many points as we each did in the second quarter.
Literally. Literally. It was literally.
All right, so what do I have to say? Okay.
That was accurate.
We have cost.
Sam, Mike.
Sorry about that. We have COSP heading to Washington, D.C. at the end of January. I sadly will not be able to go with them. We have them heading to the college convention. I don't know how many schools Mr. Harold would know. They're going to represent us and hopefully interview some United States presidential candidates. After some discussion and just my thoughts of what I've heard here at the board, I would like to get with the Council of Student Body Presidents to potentially author a letter. Also, a welcome letter to Governor-elect Landry and express our support for him and his mission and gently urging him to continue to support higher education. I think it'd be a very good thing for our council to be active with. And I haven't really heard much chatter from any of the institutions. McNeese State University's president did resign, so the UL system will be going through their 5th presidential search this year. And we're very excited for that leadership. And other than that, it's been pretty quiet. Everybody's semesters have ended. Commencements have occurred or will occur. So just very excited for everybody entering the workforce and everybody about to finish. So there you go. That's my report.
All right. So thank you for that. And next, we have a slide talking just about strong board engagement, you all, as you look at the pictures there. You know, once again, talking about an engaged board, folks all over the state making themselves available to participate in events, all type of events, various events. And so you have Regent David and his son Bryce. I was there the day before when they were trying to get through this special, NASA was special, NASA security, and somehow they got it fixed, and so they were both able to be there at the Artemis 1 recognition event at NASA on the Michoud facility. And then we have Regent Darren Meyer. He's been letting me call him the wrong name for the entire time I've known him. Meyer, joined by Governor Edwards and officials from the LSU Health, the LCMC Health, Tulane, and Louisiana Cancer Research Center to announce a new agreement between the 4 local healthcare institutions that's going to accelerate the state's year-long effort to secure a prestigious national cancer institution designation. So we appreciate you all being present at that extremely important event. Regent Williams Brown and Levy joining Commissioner Reed and Dr. Suzanne Craig at Louisiana Tech to tour the campus as President Geis wraps up his term. He's obviously done an amazing job for us there, and to learn about STEM Center and cyber programs in northern Louisiana. And then last, Regent Solomon attended the LumCon Blue Works ribbon cutting, toured the new facility, and attended the quarterly Louisiana STEM meeting. So great job, you all, to our board members. I just, once again, we've been talking about it, but having been here for 9 years, quite honestly, I remember when I was the head of the facilities committee, and it was that was the first thing, and I got with Chris, he probably remembers, and I was like, okay, so facilities, so that means I need to go with you all over the state and go look at the facilities, right? And he was like, well, yeah, you don't, if you want to, right? And I don't know how really often, but I had a great example in Richard Lipsey, who was very engaged when he was on the board. I had an example there that was what was necessary, to be engaged, to ask questions, to attempt to, not just be on a board to hold a spot, right? But to actually be engaged. And when we see, and as I remember, and I may be remembering wrong, I don't remember the board as a whole being as engaged and making themselves as available throughout the whole board as I'm seeing us do now. And that is a very, very, very big deal. Our commission always talks about the fact that we have a working board, even though we are working for free, but it's more than worth it, especially considering that I have 4 kids that I will want them to go wherever they want to go, but it would be very nice if they remained close. So, next, the Bayou Classic, which is, of course, an absolutely amazing event. And look at that outfit. Looks like she changed outfits, okay? It's just, so speaking of great events, celebrated the 50th annual Bayou Classic a few weeks ago. So I'm just realizing that Bayou Classic and the Board of Regents have been around for the same length of time. So Regent David Arbery and Commissioner Reed obviously attended the festivities, guys. And look, now I said what I said, but they actually had it in the notes to look at Commissioner's jacket. That was in the notes. I didn't need the notes for that one. Project by undergraduate students, the Fab Lab at Southern here in Baton Rouge, that actually put that together. The students created that amazing combination of Jaguar and Tiger jacket, and the staff had the opportunity to sit down with a special Louisiana's Got Talent podcast conversation with some of the Fab Lab students to learn more about their process of creating that jacket. I knew she just didn't buy that off the rack somewhere. So following the Bayou Classic, the jacket was returned and was on display for the Fab Lab showcase on Saturday, December the 2nd. So great job to the students and the commissioner for being their model at such a prestigious event, you all. Last night, wow, that was a quick turnaround. Great job, okay? So that was us with Coach Kim Mulkey. Hopefully we have some of the pictures that we took with the coach from McNeese as well. We had a great time last night, and we appreciate Coach Mulkey's consideration of us, because really I was kind of like, okay, guys, come on, it's kind of time to go. And she just stayed and continued talking, right? So we had a great time last night and got the chance to meet for the first time the McNeese coach, and looking forward to what he can get done in his tenure as well. So all right, so that anybody have any other comments about last night? I think we kind of made a couple of those already. So finally, we have a bit of celebrating to do, you all, as we recognize an outstanding member of this board as he wraps up his service. I said it earlier. I did not say it in jest. I was absolutely serious. When you look at Regent Ewing's body of work, he joined this board in 2018, but way before that, he has been heavily involved in public policy as a representing District 35 in the Louisiana Senate for 12 years, from '88 to 2000, and served as Senate President from '96 to 2000. And before his appointment to Regents, he was the past president of the Louisiana Forestry Committee, and then, Regent Ewing, if he has a question, he is going to ask. If he has a comment, he is going to make it. And, I just can tell you that when I say what I said, I want to be like you when I'm however old you are, I want to be like you when I get to your age, as engaged, as focused, as I can't really put it into words. So I can tell you I appreciate you, and I know that we appreciate everything you've done at the overall board. So we have a small token of our appreciation. I would give you some of these cookies as well that Carrie made, but I've eaten them all during the meeting. But this is extremely nice anyway, so.
Thank you. Your meetings will be shorter. Unless Gary picks up and Albert picks up.
Right. And he will try.
Yeah, I think so. It's been an honor to serve. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I felt that we had a good group here, properly focused. I leave now with the comfort that, we do have the mission in sight. We do have a master plan, and we have excellent leadership and working together to carry out this important work. We stand on the board in an important position with a huge responsibility. Don't ever take it lightly. Don't ever be afraid to ask the question or to add to the discourse, to add to the conversation, to move it forward. We have a vital role to play, not only in improving the quality of the individual that goes to college or goes to two-year or goes to community college, but improving the quality of our state. So thank you. I've enjoyed being here, and I enjoyed knowing all of you. You're a great bunch of folks. Kim, thank you so much for what you've done for us. Your leadership has been just outstanding. When I came here, it's kind of like said, there were bills to do away with. Now we have a greater understanding of what our mission is. We have greater awareness on the part of the public and the legislature. And I think we're in good stead to meet the challenges that lay ahead of us. Thank all of you. Center, you'll play guard.
I would definitely. And shoot most of the time.
I know.
All right. Thank you so much, Regent Ewing. Honored to serve beside you, and that concludes the chair's report. So, members, each meeting we have heard a spotlight presentation on our momentum framework, as we mentioned earlier. Nice catch. This month we're here from LSU, and so I'd like to call Tristan Denley to introduce our guest and begin his presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so I shared earlier in the day, I think it was earlier in the day, it may have been yesterday, it seems that I maybe, but it was earlier in the day, we are honored to coordinate and host the second Momentum Summit on February 7th and 8th. Really looking forward to that. But since the first Momentum Summit back in February, I know that on LSU A&M's campus, they've really been hard at work to implement all of those plans that they made. So it's my pleasure to hand over to Dr. Haggerty, who's going to tell us all about what they've been doing. So thanks so much for that.
Thank you very much, Deputy Commissioner. Yes, so last year in February, we held our first Momentum Summit, which was organized by Commissioner Reed and Deputy Commissioner Denley, and it was a very collaborative event with the objective of increasing student success across Louisiana. And we were very excited to be there, and in fact so much so that that I instructed my team, led by Vice Provost Bach, to continue meeting on more than a monthly basis, but they meet every month, and they've been doing so since last February as a result of the summit that you put together. So really appreciate that collaboration. I think it's been very successful, and it's helped us to drive student success forward. I believe we have some so I go ahead. Okay, all right. So LSU Momentum Moments. So the three topics that we've been working on in the context of momentum, we have other things that we're working on in terms of student success, are increasing retention rates for students, decreasing time to graduation, and reducing student debt. And as the university for all of Louisiana, and we share that with the Southern system, with the UL system, with the community college system as well, we really are passionate about making sure that we succeed in this area. So a few highlights here. Our total 6-year graduation rate is just a little bit shy of 71%, which is the highest in LSU history. We are not proud of that number. We were unsatisfied with that number, but it is the highest, and we've managed to achieve that while becoming a much more a university which is much more representative of the people of Louisiana, inclusive. The current statistics, just to show you this year, and this is a preview of what we think will show increased success when we have the next annual statistics, is our registrations. We look at our registrations literally this day of the year compared to last day of the year for students going into the spring semester. These stats here are just a few days out of date, but I checked in this morning and they're tracking exactly with these. So our first year course registrations, and these are first year students who've now registered for spring semester, are up 3.7% from last year. That's the best possible predictor right now of our first year retention rate, our first to second year retention rate come next fall. For Pell eligible students, their registration is up 5.3% from this time last year. All students, year over year, course registration is up 3.1%, and Pell students are up 4.7%. And the reason this is happening is because we're taking a very targeted focus in making sure, phone calls, emails, intrusive advising of these students. So 3 projects that I just want to highlight. One is streamlining the major change process. At the Momentum Summit, in fact, we brought together, as requested by the Deputy Commissioner, student leader, provost, et cetera, and one of the comments that was made by our student leader, by our student body president, was that the change of major process was not very well organized at LSU, and so the team led by Vice Provost Bach went to work on that, and we've now completed that. Basically, bottom line is that we have one single method for changing majors for the entire university, whereas literally we had 70-some different methods, major by major, before that. So kind of welcome to the 21st century, I guess. And second thing is we've been working hard on revising curricular pathways. This is a really substantive effort. It's based in graph theory. It's using curricular analytics, which analyzes the complexity of pathways through a major, and I can tell you more about it if you care to learn, but it's a quantitative method for the path through a curriculum is. It's not about how difficult the coursework is, it's about the pathways through the curriculum. And we identified the most complex curricula in our university, and to date, virtually all of those departments have chosen to revise their curricula as a result of discovering their complexity. And at this point, we have 21 degree programs that have initiated or completed proposals to lower their complexity of their pathways through their degrees, and there's more work on the way in that. So that's a really great place that we're at, and I'm very proud of the team that's been working on that, again led by Vice Provost Bach. And then thirdly, we're incorporating experiential experiences into basically to allow career exploration earlier on. We have initiated first-year seminars for most of our majors organized around the colleges that they are in, and within that we're working to make sure that all majors have some career exploration within that first semester at LSU. So that's working forward as well. And then, yeah, that's right. I thought that was my last slide, and it is. So we're on the move. It's very important to us, not only because of who we are at LSU, but because we know it's important to the students and frankly to the bottom line of the university, that students who start at LSU have every opportunity given to them to finish. So thank you very much, Deputy Commissioner. Appreciate it, and Commissioner Reed.
I really appreciate it too. And it's, this is challenging work, but it's doubly challenging at a really large institution just like yourself.
Yes.
So really value all of these efforts. Any questions for Dr. Haggerty?
Yeah, I guess I've known Regent Ewing for so long, and I guess I didn't understand the impact that you were making on my life way back when, watching you in the legislature and working for you on your governor's campaign. So as Chairman Temple said, I guess I'm being more like you, asking questions. Now, getting to my question. Assistant President Tate visited with us, I guess over the summer, I don't remember. We had a meeting with all the systems to talk about budget. And he was talking about the challenges of enrollment, highest GPA, highest ACT score, and reaching that point of having discussions about, I'm not going to say cap, but how fast, how much growth will you be able to materialize? And how does, certainly our master plan, and you're certainly achieving in that direction, how is the enrollment, how are you dealing with that growth and winning and all these championships and all of those things? How is that affecting the academic and finding faculty to adjust to take on that?
Absolutely. So it's all very positive. It is a positive synergy between those elements. Winning national championships. You go anywhere in the country, actually anywhere in the world, and you hear "Go Tigers" if you're wearing the purple and gold, and so that gives us brand recognition that of course is across the country, which helps our online, for example. We have lots and lots of out-of-state students who are registering in our online, which generates revenue, which we're using to hire faculty. So under the John Bell Edwards administration, we've certainly had very positive finances in higher education, and we're using those resources to hire. So this year, for example, in the College of Engineering, we increased the number of faculty in the College of Engineering by, I think it's 5.2%. It's 5-point-something% anyway. In terms of the academics, our incoming freshman class this year is the highest academic achievement on record, again boosted by by these kinds of recognitions. We have every intention of being just as successful in the classroom and at the lab bench as we are on the field. This, in fact, it was just this past it might have been yesterday or the day before. we have a recent awardee of our Boyd professors, Dr. Ken Schaefer, and he was awarded a Boyd professorship, which is our highest rank. I think it was at the September meeting we awarded that to him. 3 weeks later, the person with whom he's written more than 40 papers was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics for exactly the same field that he was awarded the Boyd professorship for. And whenever the Nobel Prize ceremony was the last few days, might have been yesterday, day before, he was there with her at the award ceremony. So we're on the move to improve across the board.
I like it.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. And I really appreciate how you all have taken advantage of all of the good notoriety. Certainly athletics is oftentimes the way to get your marketing arm out there, but the institution making sure that you receive and getting high quality students.
Yep, and it's for Louisiana.
Correct.
It's for the benefit of all Louisianians.
Right. That's great.
Well, but maybe some bad notoriety. Do you think LSU's response to the crime last year was appropriate through issuing written statements?
To what crime? Well, we've had more than one crime. Could you be specific? And so yes, I was. I knew. I wanted to know which one you were referencing. There was the tragic shooting in downtown Baton Rouge. I thought you might have been referencing that one. The kidnapping was false. Actually, it turned out to be false. With regard to the other ones, it turns out there's a combination of things that were at play on that. But if you have a specific question, I'll be.
Students not using their TOPS honors. Do you have any numbers or known about if LSU is having a rejection of using TOPS at LSU to go out of state to other schools?
I'm not aware of any numbers of using TOPS to go out of state, no.
Well, I've actually talked to several students that have done that, and I believe Mr. Ewing has too. And they're going to out-of-state schools, and one of the reasons is not feeling safe on campus and not feeling going to other universities such as Arkansas or Ole Miss or TCU or wherever, where they feel safer on campus. So I was just wondering what you thought of what has been LSU's response to that feeling of many. Now, I'm from North Louisiana, so the kids aren't 30 minutes or an hour from home. Parents are scared of sending their kids down to LSU's campus when they hear about the crime and get written statements about it.
Right. Well, I'd put LSU campus up against any campus in the country. In fact, we had a donor to LSU write with concerns about the safety at LSU campus, and we showed the donor the statistics that 5 public campuses in Houston where he lives were significantly more challenging environments than LSU. LSU campus itself is very safe. We've hired additional police officers. We're about, I think, 40% of the way through a lighting project. We're rolling out various other safety features on campus, and so we're certainly doing everything that we can to make the campus safe. And I believe that we're achieving that.
Then on the other issues are reporting of the nursing offerings, and that they don't compare to the flagship universities of the neighboring states. That I wrote here that said those schools have 4-year nursing degrees, and LSU offers a 2-year nursing degree. Is that correct, or these students don't know if they're
that's
misinformed?
incorrect. LSU does offer. In fact, we have at least 2 nursing programs, but they're not at Baton Rouge campus. So we have a 2-year pre-nursing program at Baton Rouge, and then the students move to New Orleans or to Shreveport to finish. And many of the students actually finish at Southeastern as well, or at Southern. And and we have a long-standing agreement here in the capital area that in Baton Rouge, the nursing program in Baton Rouge is the Southern program.
Okay. So is there any plans to have a nursing program at the Baton Rouge campus?
Well, we've had conversations about whether it would make sense to have a nursing program, perhaps in collaboration with one of the medical facilities in the Baton Rouge area. But we would only want to undertake that if we could guarantee that it would increase the total number of nurses that are graduating in the state, and in no way do any harm to any other programs.
I'm sure Dr. Dean would tell you, we had a study last January, I believe, my first meeting. We had the meeting, and the nursing shortage was over 5,000.
Yeah, it's huge.
And so, that issue about competing interests, two board meetings ago, we approved Louisiana Tech because of that high demand. Even in their market area, Lincoln Parish, Grambling has a 4-year and a master's nurse practitioner program. But we granted permission to allow Louisiana Tech to do not only their ASN, but their BSN starting next year. So I certainly would echo and encourage that demand is there. This Regents has supported, because of that high demand, extending and providing an institution the ability to move into expand in that same service area, because we want to help meet the needs, and that's part of our master plan.
So to be clear, you would favor LSU developing a nursing program? Is that
accurate? I don't speak for the entire Regents nor the staff. However, I will say 2 meetings ago, based on the staff review and recommendation,
yes, and
the high demand that we heard from the nursing industry in January, there are more than 6,000 open, or approximately 6,000 registered nursing vacancies. And we know that demand is going to continue.
Yes.
So based on that, in the recent 60 days, we've granted permission to an institution in the same service area to expand that.
I understand. Thank you.
I can't.
Let me just comment, please, if I might. And maybe Commissioner Reed, I know this nursing supply and demand, maybe we make this a development issue. I'm not sure a nursing school in Baton Rouge would not cannibalize Southern University and the community college and others. Today, there currently is a shortage of clinical rotations and clinical spots in Baton Rouge, such that nursing students are having to do clinicals evenings, nights, and weekends. And so I think it is a legitimate question about what would the impact be. And certainly the other component of that, LSU Health Sciences in New Orleans and Shreveport produce a very superior candidate based on the interdisciplinary learning that happens, that's in association with the medical school and other professional campuses, that doesn't exist in Baton Rouge. And so certainly worth studying the impact, but I do believe it could have detriment to existing programs.
Thank you, Regent Sterling. Yes, as I said, we would only be interested in it if it would be cause a net increase and not harm other programs.
I want to thank you for the partnership with the Momentum Summit. Certainly the Momentum work. If there are things, Dr. Haggerty, that you see in terms of advancing the Momentum work that would benefit LSU and all of higher education, please continue to articulate that to us. We want this to be a lasting partnership, not a initiative, but really foundational to the work. And I appreciate what you have shared and how you are integrating that directly into the work at LSU.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Again, Dr. Denley and Dr. Haggerty, thank you very much for this presentation, and thank you, members, for your questions and your comments. We're going to move on now to vote on all of the committee reports and recommendations together. However, if any board member wishes to take up any of these committee reports separately, please just let me know and we can continue them, consider them individually. Along that line, is there anyone that wants to take anything up individually, or can we do this in globo?
I move that we take all the recommendations of the standing committees in globo before we lose our quorum.
Thank you for that motion. That was a motion I heard to approve all the committee recommendations in globo. Is there a second? By Regent Sterling. Any discussion or any questions? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, saying nay. All right, well, the motion passes. I'm going to toss it over now to Commissioner Reed for her report.
All right, lightning speed. Thank you guys so much. I know it's been a long day, but a very productive day. Want to give a special shout out to Dr. Wainwright, great investiture of a phenomenal leader at Southeastern. Wonderful to be there with him, and as you see, many higher education leaders. Grateful to Dr. Marcus Jones at Northwestern for hosting First Generation Day for us, so we could meet with first generation journalism students, first generation academic officers, a panel of first generation professionals to really talk about how do we support first gen students and make sure that they feel welcome and supported moving forward. So grateful to them for that as well. Next, STEM events. We had an opportunity to have many STEM events this month. We recognized Dr. Les Geis, who has done a phenomenal job at Tech, as you know, for his work in cyber. We completed our cybersecurity commission under this administration, looking forward to working on it in the new administration. In the middle, I had an opportunity to talk to middle school girls in STEM at Tulane, and then a ribbon cutting at LSU for the Cyber Operations Center, which will be a phenomenal place for students from all disciplines to learn how to do more in terms of addressing cyber threats. Last but not least, Mr. Chair, members of committee, I want to recognize the Regents communication team for a phenomenal award-winning season. They won award Outstanding Print Element 2023 for the Master Plan Year 4 report, Outstanding Branding Guide, Outstanding Social Media for the Run, Hide, Fight video, and the Louisiana Got Talent podcast. And then the Anvil Award was awarded to the Board of Regents for the HBCU Day at the Capitol, which included, as you all know, a permanent exhibit in the State Museum highlighting our HBCUs. So in all, the comms team, please stand, have won 10 awards this year. And that's called a mic drop. And we're very proud of them. Back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Doreen, is there any other business to come before this board or any public comment? Excellent. Well, I want to wish you all a very happy holidays, and we'll seek a motion to adjourn. From Regent Creed, Regent Gill, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you all very much.